Good morning and welcome back to docket number 210515 REO3. PURA's investigation into the establishment of integrated distribution system planning within a performance-based regulation framework. This morning is our 12th technical meeting in this reopener. I welcome everyone to PURA. Consistent with roundtables that we have held in other reopeners, we are going to turn this over to authority staff for the facilitation of the conversations. I want to thank everyone in advance for engaging. Attorney Pace.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted some very brief administrative leave just to point out that we did file a joint motion yesterday in this docket. It was designated as motion number 14, not seeking a ruling from the bench, but just wanted to educate the authority in terms of our motivation and see if you have any questions. Since you have Attorney Venora and me here, we're happy to take any questions. Just very briefly, what the motion asked the authority is, could we repurpose the technical session for May 21st to, in addition to talking about REO3, also allow for discussion on making sure that REO1 and REO2 are consistent with the goals you want to achieve in this docket. For example, we're getting discovery that's due this week in the REO1 and REO2 dockets, which means people have questions about those dockets. Happy to have witnesses here to answer questions on the 21st about open issues and those two other PBR dockets, and to offer our thoughts on how we can ensure there's consistency among all three dockets. Not looking for a major restructuring of the schedules, but just like to repurpose it for that purpose. Another consideration we asked you to think about would be, if you agree with that proposal, if you think that makes sense, if you agree it's important to repurpose a part of next week's tech session to discuss all three dockets, do you want us to hold, very briefly, the briefs currently due in the other two PBR dockets for a week or 2 weeks, just to make sure we can reflect the discussions that are talked about and have that in the briefs? So I'm happy to take any questions if you have those. I realize the authority just received it. You can't rule on it, but I'll pause there if there's any questions for Attorney Venora or I on that motion.
Thank you, Attorney Pace. I appreciate the summary. I did see the motion come in yesterday, and I will advise participants here today that I think given the proximity to next week's technical meeting, that we are not going to be able to wait the traditional 7 days before moving on the motion. So we will hold for another 2 business days, but I would ask that anyone who has comments on that motion, please endeavor to provide comments on that motion by close of business tomorrow, which is the 14th, if you wish to be heard. And I appreciate the explanation. I will advise that given the number of extensions that we've provided in the docket, that my suggestion would be that folks continue to work towards completion of their briefs, because I'm not sure that we're in a position to materially alter the remainder of these schedules, but I will consult with my colleagues and staff. But, as a matter of best practice, would advise folks to continue working on their briefs in the interim. So we will endeavor to get out a ruling by later this week.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Commissioners.
Thank you. All right. If there are not other matters, I will turn to Director Kramer to begin this morning, please.
Thank you, Chairman Gillette. Thank you, Commissioners, and good morning, everyone. As the Chairman mentioned, my name is Peter Kramer with Authority Staff, and I'll start by laying out our plan for today's technical meeting. First, our meeting objectives. We're here to further develop and discuss the integrated distribution system planning document and process, particularly as described in the recent authority straw proposal. And as a second objective, also aiming to foster some discussion and development of those ideas through discussion at the roundtable here today. For a few housekeeping items, as many of you who've participated in these meetings before are familiar, this technical meeting is being broadcast live on PURA's YouTube channel. The recording of the live stream can be found there after the meeting. And we're also joined today by a court reporter who's transcribing the meeting, and that transcript will be available on Pura's website following the meeting as well. For our participants, anyone who wishes to speak today, please ensure that your microphone is on and speak into the mic so that remote attendees and folks in the audience can hear you clearly. And here up at the tables in the front, we have our roundtable representatives seated. And as indicated in the tech meeting notice, these are our primary participants in the roundtable discussion today. Other members in attendance may confer with the identified representatives or may be recognized to speak at the podium as relevant to the discussion and as time allows. Just a note to our roundtable representatives, if you do want to take a minute to confer, please step away from the tables, have your conversation, and come and rejoin the conversation up here at the tables when you're ready. If in the back of the room in the audience, if you'd like to be recognized from the in-person audience here, please just approach the podium and we'll recognize you to speak and contribute to the discussion when we have a moment to do so in the conversation. All right, next, we are planning to have a lunch break at about 12 o'clock this afternoon. And I will note that the agenda was just updated earlier this morning. There was we had an error with the agenda. Rather than a full hour for lunch, we are planning for a 45-minute lunch. If that presents a challenge for anyone who was expecting the full hour that was included in the prior version of the agenda, certainly you can feel free to raise that as an administrative matter, but just to move the discussion and the meeting along today, we're planning for 45 minutes for lunch instead. Lastly, before introductions, the format for our discussion today, we have two topic areas to cover as indicated in the agenda. First, we'll be discussing the different sections of the proposed integrated distribution system plan document. And authority staff will provide a brief overview of that content and then open it up for questions from authority staff. And at that time, participants can certainly ask questions of one another as well. And our second topic area is regarding the IDSP process. So that's aimed to focus more on timelines and filings associated with the document. And similarly, we'll do a very brief overview from staff and then open it for discussion and questions from the authority. With that, we can move on to introductions. So I'd like to ask the folks seated at the tables to please share your name and your affiliation, and we'll start here with you, Mr. Cruz, and move around the room.
Thank you. Lucas Cruz on behalf of UI.
Good morning, Kevin Donnelly, Vice President of Energy Strategy and Policy. Avangrid here on behalf of UI. I'll just take a moment to recognize that we do have a number of SMEs with us, so appreciate the flexibility, and we'll be looking to play a little musical chairs as we can to get you the most information the best way we can. Come.
Jacob Hurwitz, Senior Director of Revenue Requirements here on behalf of UI.
Ted Novicki, Director of Regulatory Affairs here on behalf of UI.
Stephanie Beeler, RMI, here on behalf of OCC.
Morning, Tom Wheeler for the Office of Consumer Counsel. Sorry, our agenda had two other OCC representatives. We are kind of playing musical chairs, and Consumer Counsel Coleman might be swapping in for me later this afternoon.
Good morning, Jay Goodman of the law firm Couch White LLP, appearing on behalf of the Connecticut Industrial Energy Consumers.
Good morning, Teresa Hopkins Staton, Vice President of Corporate Citizenship and Equity for Eversource.
Good morning, Kyle Shabbat, Director of Project Engagement for Eversource.
Good morning, Juan Martinez, Director of Distribution System Planning for Eversource.
Good morning, Gerhard Walker, Director of Integrated Energy Planning for Eversource.
Great, thank you all. And just for clarity too, I know the notice of technical meeting indicated we'd have 2 roundtable representatives. So for the parties, I think it's the companies only in this case who have more than 2 people seated at the table. Can you please identify the 2 individuals that are your primary roundtable representatives for the meeting?
Raise the hand, say who we are. Kevin Donnelly, Lucas Cruz for UI.
Thank you. And for Eversource, please.
Juan Martinez for Eversource.
And Gerhard Walker for Eversource.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, and with that, we're going to get into a brief overview of the content of the Integrated Distribution System Plan straw proposal. So Ms. Lupoli, if you could advance the slide, please. This is something that I trust folks are familiar with based on the written comments that were submitted late last week. But just as an overview and for anyone following along at home who might not have read in detail, the straw proposal that was issued a little over a month ago included a summary of the proposed content based on the record that's been developed here in this docket to date. It's 7 sections, including an introduction with the 4 different subcategories identified in the content summary column. I'm not going to read through all of that necessarily, but just address sort of the general spirit of each of the sections. So introduction, obviously, to provide an overview of what's included in the Integrated Distribution System Plan document, stakeholder engagement and equity to identify how stakeholders were included in the process, and the way in which equity considerations are woven into the IDSP. The load forecast section to go into further detail about the various inputs and assumptions and methodology used to develop the forecast. That provides the basis then for the 4th section, the grid needs assessment, where that forecast is matched up against the capacity of the grid and the various analyses that are run to articulate what the needs of the system therefore are, followed by a section to identify, evaluate, and select solutions to meet those grid needs, which again, more detail provided on the various components or content pieces that were proposed in the straw proposal in that content summary column. The next section, the investment plan, which then translates the identified and selected solutions into a sort of a financial articulation of what is needed to meet the grid needs based on the solutions identified, and additional documentation there to substantiate and describe what those investments are, what the projects entail. And then finally, as the 7th section, a long-term plan looking at a timeline beyond 10 years to begin to acknowledge and plan for the more strategic direction that the grid might be headed, and that that priorities may need to evolve based on longer term predictions. So those are the 7 sections included in the straw proposal for the IDSP document. We are going to work through questions for each of those 7 sections now. And myself and Mr. Graham Turk are going to lead the questions from authority staff. And I have the first few regarding the introduction section. So I have a question to OCC and CIEC. I know it's only been a few days, so I'm not certain that everyone has had the opportunity to review all the other parties' comments, but to OCC and CIEC, the EDCs proposed breaking out the IDSP methodology topic and the current state summary topic proposed in the straw proposal for the introduction, and including those as separate chapters, with the rationale being that those sections, the companies expect those sections to be longer and more detailed, and therefore warranting their own sections. And the question to OCC and CIEC is, do you support this recommendation, or do you have a different perspective on how those sections should be included in the report? Attorney Goodman, would you like to start?
Sure. I think for the reasons provided by the EDCs, it does make sense to break those sections out to have them as a separate discrete section to, I think in terms of clarity and ease of use of the document, if you will, we would support the proposal. Whether it should be a different subsection with the introduction or, now there is an 8th and or 9th section within the document itself, we have no preference. But in terms of just signaling it out so someone can easily find that information and read a discrete unit, we think makes sense.
Thank you. Does OCC have a perspective on this recommendation?
Hi, Tom Whale for OCC. I don't think it certainly didn't stand out as an issue to us when we were reviewing the straw proposal. So we don't feel strongly in agreement with the EDCs, but we also don't see why we see no reason why it couldn't be broken out, if that makes sense.
Certainly. And as a follow-up then to the EDCs on the same topic, is there an expectation on the part of the companies that moving these topics would either add significant length to the document or because it's imagined to be more detailed and more substantive, these sections, would it add more cost to producing the IDSP?
Okay, so I'll get started. Gerhard Walker from Eversource. So Graham, as you mentioned, the recommendation from our side, especially on looking at the current system state, is to move that out. Experience from other jurisdictions shows that if we want that to be to any level of detail to provide an overview of what the system looks like, that's going to encompass more than 10 pages. And from our perspective, that doesn't really fit into an introduction section. An introduction, definitely a paragraph or two on what the system looks like, high-level summary. But from our conversations, and I think the expectations we're seeing from the stakeholders on the level of detail that is expected, we don't think that fits adequately into an introduction section.
Lucas Cruz for UI. Agree with Eversource. This is more for ensuring that the document is organized and the introduction section is not overpopulated with tons of information.
Thank you. And so I'm not sure I heard a direct answer to the question though. Do you expect that it would add significant length or cost to producing the IDSP document itself?
Well, yes, of course. I mean, the more detail and the longer the document is, the more effort it will take to produce. I think that's a question that goes back to the authority and the stakeholders is what level of detail are you expecting to see in the current system state? Tied to that, the more detail, the more cost it will take to produce this.
All right, thank you, Dr. Walker. And
I'm sorry to interrupt. May I chime in? Regarding the cost to produce, it's probably clear that cost has been a concern for TIC. But that said, if we're talking about the fundamental pieces of the methodology the utilities use, we'd have a question as to what extent that will change from iteration of the report to iteration of the report. In other words, there might be more effort involved in preparing the first issue of the document, but every time thereafter, if it's essentially fully baked and the utilities are simply updating the methodologies as needed, the amount of time or cost involved to do that might not be significant. So I think that would be, I don't know if that's a question the utilities can address now, or if that's we have to get into it and see how it actually develops type of question.
Would either of the companies like to respond?
Yeah, this is Juan Martinez, Eversource. There's definitely some information that can be used as we look at the current system and can carry forward from one IDSP to the other. But there's also new information that will have to be added as the system changes. So maybe, as you mentioned, the initial information that was put, once it's carried over, there's less work, but there's equal amount of work analyzing what has changed and what should be added new to the new version.
Kevin Donnelly for UI. I think a good time maybe for one overarching comment. The first IDSP will likely be the hardest to prepare. And there's going to take some iteration and some time, I think, whenever it's ultimately decided to work through it. And does this make sense? Is this the right level of information in detail? Looking forward, the second iteration of the IDSP, have that be modified and learned from what we provide and how it's viewed and ultimately the value that it adds from the first one. So I guess my overarching response is the first one, yeah, it's going to take some time. We should get better at it collectively as a group for all the EDCs to prepare and then the stakeholders to have their role in it and responding and shaping it in PURA to ultimately decide if that's meeting the needs. So our intent throughout all of our comments, and these were jointly developed because we wanted the EDCs ideally to be able to say, this is a state plan. There should be one view of a state IDSP that can work in finding a way to meet the best way of the intention of what the IDSP can provide and should provide, and then what it needs to provide.
Thank you. Another topic within the introduction, the EDCs also propose adding an investment summary section to the introduction. And with this proposal, I'm curious if, let me put it this way. Does the combination of adding an investment summary and breaking out the methodology and current state summary or current state amount to sort of using the introduction section as an executive summary? It's not exactly how it was written up in the straw proposal per se, but are the EDC's proposed changes intended to make this an executive summary rather than, say, a more general introduction?
Gerhard Walker from Eversource. I think that's probably an adequate statement.
Lucas Cruz for UI. I agree.
Okay. And unless OCC or CIC would like to comment further on the introduction, that was my last question on the introduction section. So I'll give you just a moment, but I'm seeing heads shaking. So, okay.
Sorry, I shook my head on that, then I decided to hit the button anyway. That all makes sense to me. I think the one thing I would add, I heard both companies reference like the level of detail that stakeholders would be interested in with respect to the current system state. I don't know, I'm not an engineer, but my thought is, my understanding from the treatment of the system state in the straw proposal and my kind of understanding of what this is going to look like is that isn't the area of the IDSP where at least we would be necessarily interested in like an extreme level of detail. I mean, because we're more interested in the moving forward planning piece. We get into extreme levels of detail as to like the systems that are being moved, like sought to enter rate base in a rate case. So I feel like that would be like sort of more the context of where we'd be like maybe trying to focus more on sort of what exists now and potentially also what's going to roll into the future. So I just add that to say, if that's helpful to the utilities, I think from our perspective, we're not contemplating this document as including 70 pages of detail about the current system. So it's more about like the actual system plan moving forward.
Lucas Cruz for UI. I just would like to add that the current state of the distribution system would provide more information on each EDC's distribution system, and then this section would connect to the grid needs assessment. So I believe that the current state could help stakeholders to have a better understanding of the grid needs assessments that the EDCs will be detailing on the grid needs assessment section. And following this, these two sections will help stakeholders to understand what are the solutions that are being proposed as part of the IDSP.
Okay, thank you. We will move on then to discuss the next section, which is stakeholder engagement and equity. And I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Turk, who has some of our questions to start with.
Hi, everyone. Graham Turk with Authority staff. The first question is to OCC. That is, you propose a process for stakeholder engagement that focuses on scrutiny and accountability of the IDSPs, similar to Massachusetts Grid Modernization Advisory Council, or GMAC. At what points in IDSP development do you envision a GMAC-like entity, if it were convened, reviewing assumptions and plans?
Yeah, Stephanie Beeler, RMI. I think we were envisioning, given where the stakeholders would have input, this happening at the start of the process so they could have some feedback for what was included in the forecasts and scenarios. And yeah, I envision this being at the beginning, so it could be more as a part of the assumptions stage.
And a quick follow-up for Eversource, but I guess anyone familiar with the GMAC process could jump in. I'm just curious of your experience in Massachusetts, if you were involved working with the GMAC for their electric system modernization plans prior to the final submission of those plans.
Sure. Yeah, Gerhard Walker from Eversource. So I think we have to, again, since the last ESMP was the first one that was established, distinguish between what's intended to happen for the next one and what happened on the first filing as the process was ramping up. So as part of the first filing, the companies developed the ESMP, including the forecasts and the solutions, and that was submitted to the GMAC for review. Don't quote me exact number, 3 months prior to filing, we collected feedback. And then that feedback was at the discretion of the companies, incorporated with modifications or not incorporated. That also happened with external stakeholders. So the company organized presentations to external stakeholder groups. Same idea, collected the feedback, provided then their own feedback on incorporated with modifications or not incorporated. Going forward, there's a different intention of how feedback is incorporated, right? We just heard the topic of the forecasts. So and that's something I can speak to in a bit more detail. The way this is intended to work is that the base forecast that the company uses to do the 10-year plan, that's still at the jurisdiction of the company. Where we are getting input in from stakeholders is 2 main items. That's our long-term or demand assessment of the policy outlook, where we'll be running multiple scenarios that then help inform the solution design, as well as the long-term system planning process, the LTSPP, which looks at the solar growth forecast. So that's input from stakeholders in the DER industry to identify high potential solar areas where then there is a proactive build out from the company to allow that additional hosting capacity to exist. But that's the current ongoing process for the filing in 2029. That wasn't part of the original filing, just from the timing and perspective of when the process was set up.
One quick follow-up, Dr. Walker. Did I hear you right to say that moving forward, the stakeholder input through or for the ESMPs is only on the long-term demand assessment and not on the forecast, or is it both?
So yes, that's correct, right? So the input from the stakeholders for varying scenarios that the companies will run will focus on the long-term demand assessment, in addition to the solar component, which is going to be used across all forecasting time horizons, right? And there, notably, only the ground-mounted solar component, where we're working very closely with the Department of Energy, the AGO, and the developers, because the big question is like, what land is available for development, and how do we proactively build out that infrastructure? So that component is separate. For all the other base forecast, and I think the companies, we kind of provided our understanding of this in our comments on page 24, where we put the table and said, like, this is what we understand what Pura is looking for, and this is would be our base forecast, and where we would, be looking for stakeholder input. We'd be applying the same process here. And the fundamental reason for this is that the 10-year forecast is what the company uses, or the base forecast is what the company uses to prioritize its investments. And That needs to be one scenario. We're doing the 90-10 weather adjusted forecast. Having multiple scenarios in there does not lend more clarity in that prioritization process. It just muddles the water. And all factors in that forecast are based on empirical data that we collect in the field. We had these in the technical sessions at the beginning. It's the step loads information we collect from large customers. It's the EV adoption rates we see on the ground. It's the load growth we see on the ground. And if stakeholders do have quantifiable information that we can use, such as say a battery developer coming to us and saying, I'm going to submit these 10 projects here, that we will include. Otherwise, there is no, I want to call it speculative information there, but it's all quantifiable data that we can collect in the field and that we use for the forecast. So there is no room for stakeholder input in that one.
Great, thank you. Next question here is for OCC. The advocates are not here right now, but in their comments recommended prioritizing investment in areas identified as disadvantaged, incorporating existing environmental justice screening tools such as the Connecticut Institute for Resilience and Climate Adaptation's environmental justice screening tool. What does OCC think of the advocates' proposal to allocate targeted funds to address historical inequities in electric delivery service?
We certainly support the spirit of it to the extent that distribution system planning can address those historical inequities. We would support it. I guess at the outset, a question is whether just prioritizing, like citing a project in a particular community does address historical inequities. So if we're talking about like where to put a substation, for example, I'm not sure that citing a substation in a environmental justice community is going to resolve that issue, and in fact might exacerbate it, right? Like there's plenty of infrastructure that could potentially even, like I said, exacerbate inequities. So it's a tough, I know that's a conversation that's happening on a national level, and it might be generally more relevant for vertically integrated utilities where we're talking about potentially citing generation assets in places where they're not contributing to like localized pollution. But anyway, if I might be misunderstanding like some of the specifics of what the advocates are advocating for. So I think generally our position is that we entirely support that goal. If there is any kind of prioritization process that would advance addressing those historical inequities, we would be on board with them.
To the companies then, as a follow-up, can you, do you have a distribution system plan or analog in a different jurisdiction that does account for environmental justice or energy justice goals within that process?
Hi, Kyle Shabbat for Eversource. We first, as we're looking at our system planning and our project plans, first look at the system needs. From a technical perspective, we need to ensure that we serve all of our customers reliably and equitably. So that is our starting point. Regardless of demographics, we take a look at what the needs of our customers are. And in some cases, that means building or upgrading infrastructure in historically underserved, overly burdened, or environmental justice communities. In others, they do not fall into those demographics, but we do first look at the system needs. And I think that's what Gerhard and our system planning team will be looking at first as they're considering and developing the IDSPs. As we progress into project execution further down the line, we then work with our communities in order to be able to deliver those projects to those communities, meaningfully engage and serve those communities so in the way that we best can.
That's helpful, Ms. Shabbat, to give us a sense of that process. I guess my question more specifically, though, is whether there's a requirement in the distribution planning processes in any of the other jurisdictions that the company operates to account for environmental justice or energy justice principles.
There is not a state requirement in any of our jurisdictions.
Thank you. And Avangrid.
Lucas Cruz for UI. So starting with UI, we have the decision on docket 171203 REOA, Resilience and Reliability Frameworks. And on the resilience framework, we have a number of factors that should be included when prioritizing distribution circuits for resilience projects. And one of the factors is environmental justice, customers, and customers within distressed communities as well. So this is part of the prioritization matrix for resilience projects. And I can't speak for other jurisdictions, but this is what I know for Connecticut and UI.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Thanks. And then this one is a question for everyone. I think in reading the comments, there is a distinction between types of stakeholder engagement, and curious if it would be helpful when outlining required IDSP content and process to have two categories of engagement, one being engagement for the IDSP development, development of forecasts, of grid needs assessments, and then disseminating and educating stakeholders about the IDSP at a draft point before the final submission.
Yeah, Kyle Shabbat, Eversource. Yes, I think that makes sense. That there be an engagement process leading up to the development so that there's an understanding of the why. And then an opportunity for key stakeholders, not broad public engagement, but key stakeholders to be informed of what we're going to be proposing in the IDSPs. Sorry, Kyle Shabbat, Eversource. To add to that, just to make sure that we keep a lens on affordability, ratepayer impact, and have some certainty on recovery of the level of effort that's going to be involved in that stakeholder process.
Any other?
Jay Goodman for CIC. Generally agree. I think if if there's going to be consideration of different types of stakeholder engagement for different purposes, it would be helpful to have that clearly stated in both a decision and an IDSP document, especially to inform stakeholder expectations as to what opportunities they might have to provide input and for what purposes and when.
And UI or OCC, any reactions to that?
Hi, Tom Wheel from OCC. I think it makes sense that generally to have those kind of two engagement opportunities. I do, just to follow up on Eversource's comment, I'm not sure what key stakeholders means. And that is something that I've heard discussed before about the Massachusetts process, like when we were first talking about the Massachusetts process, stakeholder engagement, we were naively under the understanding that Eversource was actually talking to the public, the people who are actually funding these projects, to kind of try to explain to them sort of what was going on. And then it was my understanding that it wasn't so much the public, it was sort of more like industry stakeholders. So, which is something that, I guess we would support that, but when our concern for stakeholder engagement does include, as I think our comments have mentioned before, like some education for regular ratepayers to kind of get more engaged and understand sort of what the integrated distribution system plan is.
Thank you for your question. I'm going to start and then I'll defer to my colleague, Mr. Walker. So agree, there needs to be an education and awareness component to that, and making a transparent process as we're developing the IDSP so that there's an understanding of why we're looking to do this. Again, this would be something that is going to impact our ratepayers, our customers. So I think that's critically important, but we do need to balance that with in managing expectations on what input we can reasonably and feasibly incorporate into our plans. So we want to have that be measured and balanced. And then as those plans become further developed, have a more meaningful and more direct engagement process with those communities who would be impacted. I'll defer to Mr. Walker.
Yeah, Garrett Walker from us. I think everything was said, I agree with that. And I think the clear distinction, Mr. Wheeler, like between informing stakeholders and receiving input from stakeholders. And I think that's where we have to draw somewhat of a line. Informing stakeholders can probably be much broader than facilitating input, especially when we look for the input information, right? We need the industry expert on the stakeholder side to really provide that input if we're talking about solar forecast input, load input. And notably, right, for the companies to be effective with that input, that ideally is a consensus input too. So the broader you cast that net, the less chances you're having of a consensus input. Because if we are getting 20 different inputs, all pointing into a different direction, this isn't going to be valuable to us. So it's just to keep in mind this portion of the stakeholder engagement that facilitates input into any part of the IDSP needs to really be focused on the stakeholders that have a stake in this, that have the knowledge in this, and that can come to a consensus to work with the companies on drafting this IDSP.
Kevin Donnelly from UI. I'm not the engineer, I'm not the system planner. I'm gonna do my best to try to help bring some clarity, at least in my own mind, because I've heard a lot of good things so far in this conversation. And I start to think about it in different ways. I won't be informal if we could, what Tom was just saying, I think is important. The definition of what do we mean by stakeholder engagement? Who are we talking about? Because there is a big difference and probably a big distinction in need of informing people, customers of what the plans are to understand what that means to their bill at the end of the day and what that means to their level of expected performance as a customer. Here's what I should expect. Here's how much it's going to cost. Here's why the utility is making the investments they're making. We do a lot of project outreach already as utilities, and I think it's an expansion probably of that to a broader, perhaps, context. And then a separation of the driving the inputs to help shape the definition of what our needs assessment solution analysis subset should really address. And as the utilities, we do have that obligation of the safe and reliable service and associated then liability that goes with that. So that if something bad happens, we all hope things bad don't happen on the system. We got to understand that they may. It's the utilities who will be held responsible for that outcome. If your infrastructure is failing and your assets and your poles fall down because you haven't been able to adequately maintain them with a replacement program, as an example, it's the EDCs who will hold that liability. That aspect is we got to be able to go and properly, from an electric system grid perspective, plan and manage and run our business. Part of that then also then becomes, well, what is expected for future capacity needs? What Mr. Walker was saying, what Garo was saying around solar DG coming in, or is there going to be additional electrification with plans for EV charging hubs to locate in a territory? Is there going to be a data center that's looking to come? How might we best plan for that? That's the input that I think is very important to get stakeholder engagement with to help shape future needs for the system to be able to serve. So I'm gonna pause there. I don't want to keep talking, but I've been struggling honestly a bit trying to help formulate the best way to describe and differentiate stakeholder engagement, what we're really looking to accomplish, and then how, we'll get to it later in the conversation, how that will translate into the funding needs and the way to make that work mechanically with REL1 as well.
Thank you. So this next question is to everyone, and I think inspired by some of the IEC's comments in their written submission, which is how can the IDSP process balance equity and least cost planning, and specifically, should there be criteria for weighing stakeholder input with engineering and economic analysis? I know that's very open-ended, but we'll put that out to everyone.
Kyle Shabbat, Eversource. I'm not sure if that's more of a technical question. Can you repeat that again?
Or, yeah, I think I'll focus on the criteria and maybe with a hypothetical of if there is a situation where, or I guess how might the EDCs embed stakeholder priorities along with traditional engineering and economic analyses, whether that's a weighting criteria like what Mr. Cruz suggested earlier for the RE08 planning process, or some other quantitative process that's used in the planning to incorporate stakeholder input.
I will use an example, building off of what our colleagues here at UI had mentioned, and Mr. Walker as well. Sorry, Kyle Shabbat, Eversource. In terms of considering stakeholder input and priorities, as an example for a city that has their own clean energy goals, and to Mr. Wiles' question about key stakeholders, they would be a key stakeholder who would inform us of their goals and potential impacts and needs that we would want to consider. Should they be material in nature that would impact potentially the entire system? And so we would want to consider that. Those are typically projects and initiatives that are not yet at any level of permitting. And so without those conversations with municipal partners and other key stakeholders, we wouldn't otherwise know about those future demands. So that would be one case where we would want to incorporate stakeholder input into our technical analysis. I'll defer to others.
Ms. Shabbat, just as a follow-up on that, you use the municipal example. Could that key stakeholder just as easily be a community organization, an environmental justice community that is planning for a solar development on their property, or a neighborhood organization that is taking some action that would have implications for the grid? Just to connect not just the stakeholder piece, but then also I think part of Mr. Turk's question is about the environmental justice and distressed municipalities angle as well.
I would say yes, with the caveat of the size and scope of what's being proposed. If we're looking at the system across our territory in the state, we'd have to consider the size and scope of what is being considered and the timeline for that.
Great. Thank you. Any other reactions to that?
To Kevin Donnelly from UI. Still trying to rationalize this all in my head because we do a lot of this already, and how we come up with, and I'm sure Mr. Shabbat just said that they do at Eversource as well. When we're developing our load forecast, which then informs the system plan, we are doing that outreach. We're already engaging with our key account holders and key account managers are going out to all major accounts and then looking for feedback to come in from the various constituents and the public to help us better understand the needs of the system going forward for what we should see and expect, both at a system level and then at a localized level when we're doing our area studies. And Mr. Cruz can tell you all about that stuff. I don't pretend to understand it all. That helps us get a view of the system. And then what's happening at the substation level, what's happening at the circuit and feeder level. And informing at different levels what we should plan for as a more expected versus what we should just have as awareness, because a lot of things aren't yet fully developed, so we can't necessarily depend on it, or we're not going to build out our system to go and serve a load that may or may not show up. Right? But we need to start to be aware of it. And that's all down to how do you come up with what is the right solution. So it's that need assessment, then your solution analysis, and you may look to a different solution in order to allow for capacity growth in the future if it's the right thing to do at the right time. And perhaps that's what we're talking about in terms of getting that stakeholder conversation to do that in the most economically efficient way, and to do that in a manner that makes the most sense from a customer value proposition standpoint. At the end of the day, it's about how well we are investing the money on behalf of our customers to serve the needs that we know we are obligated to. Differentiating those investment types, I think, is really what we try to better understand here. We got to be able to nail this down. And then to say, here's the piece that will be informed by stakeholder engagement input versus here's the piece that will be provided as stakeholder information. And in our joint comments, the EDCs, we try to start to lay out different categories. We had referred to them as IDSP, that's proactive, and then is planned forward, a partial IDSP that has a mix, and then non-IDSP. So I won't go through that all right now, but you get a sense of how we start to try to think around this. And then there's investments here that we have to get to later in the conversation that are not part of the grid system needs, but are part of the requirements to run the business and serve the customer. And those are proactively planned as well. I'm going to pause. I see Mr. Walker getting ready to comment.
No, thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Concur with everything you've said. And let me see if I can try to wrap this all up in one nice storyline. To where the stakeholder input works and what that might look like. So when we start developing this, right, we said there's two ways: it's stakeholder information and us taking input. I think the forecasting is going to be a separate discussion, but that's for the long-term demand assessment, and especially if we're looking at solar, where we'd be interested in taking stakeholder input. So that's an input. We develop that. Of course, the companies would then just have to figure out, is that consensus input? Is that reasonable? Is that quantifiable? Can we use that? As Ms. O'Donnelly said, the general forecast is already based, and we discussed this in a technical session, on an extensive amount of input from individual customers who are doing projects. Now, that's not something we can discuss in broad public because those are all proprietary information that the customers are giving us about their new developments and new factories that they're building. So all of that comes together, and then the solution design. But that's where the question, I think Mr. Kramer would ask, that's the technical and economic analysis the company does, right? We look at what does the system need, what's the impact of deferring a project or not, and we prioritize that continuously. And then I think when the plan then gets filed, I think Mr. Wheel mentioned that's where the informational session is appropriate, where I go out to customers, say, this is what the companies are doing, this is what we're filing, etc. And then that gets filed. And then when the solutions actually get implemented, I think that's where another section of the stakeholder input comes in, where we've had good experience in other jurisdictions, or in Connecticut as well, where you engage with the communities, where you've identified through the forecast that had a certain portion of input, through the solution design and prioritization that the company has done, that there is a solution needed in city XYZ or town XYZ. And then that's where you again engage with the stakeholders to figure out what that might look like. But like I said, the actual forecast for the 10 years, again, that is based already on empirical data that we collect from the field, from the customers that are building, that are putting up new factories, new batteries, new EV chargers, new solar panels. That's already all in there. But since those are all customer-specific projects, that really isn't conducive to a broad stakeholder process, because nobody's going to sit in a group of 50 people and say, I'm considering building a new factory here. Property prices are going to skyrocket the instance they say that in the public, right? So that's confidential information. So I think that's kind of the way I see this, with the different levels of engagement for the stakeholders. But to also what Mr. Donnelly had said, I think is the process of the company looking at the needs and prioritizing those, that's purely based on the technical need of the system and the impacts of those needs to the customer.
Thank you. And yeah, we'll have plenty of questions later specific to the load forecast. So I think a lot of this will spill over into that. But one last question in the stakeholder engagement and equity chapter. This is for OCC. And it's you propose including reporting metrics from the REO2 revised straw proposal, for instance, number of events, distribution of multilingual materials as part of IDSP's reporting requirements. Should the IDSP include a summary of how stakeholder input shaped the final plan? And then would these reporting requirements be for only IDSP-related engagement events or all engagement events undertaken by the EDCs?
Thanks, Tom Wheel for OCC. Yes, the IDSP should include a section explaining how stakeholder input was evaluated and the extent to which it did affect the ultimate plan. I think otherwise, why are we doing it? We're not, at least we at OCC aren't interested in there being events just to sort of advertise what's going on and allow people to speak, but just not take any of what they say into consideration. I think that's just a waste of resources. The second question, though, I think for the reporting within the IDSP, I think it's only necessary to include the meetings, the kind of metrics flowing over from REO2 that are specific to the IDSP. And that our suggestion was really just about what we're trying to capture was efficiency rather than redundancy. I've seen a lot of comments from the companies about potential redundancies or doubling work efforts across these multiple dockets. From our perspective, it's more well, if we're talking about metrics relating to stakeholder engagement generally within REO2 already, we could just incorporate that same kind of metric system. If they're already reporting this stuff as part of what's being discussed in REO2, they can pull over the elements that are relevant to IDSP within the IDSP document.
Kyle Shabbat, Eversource. I think we're in concurrence there. I think as we're engaging with stakeholders in the development of the IDSPs, it's having clarity on the goals of that engagement and the deliverables and the purpose for that engagement, and we're supportive of that.
Kevin Donnelly, UI, we agree.
Great. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the load forecast section. And I know we've touched on this already, but this is for the EDC. There's a comment on page 28 of your written submission where you say that the base case is not open to stakeholder input. I know Dr. Walker has explained that step loads are incorporated into base case forecasting, but I'm curious why the base case wouldn't be open for other types of input that might help refine forecast assumptions. For example, the DMV providing information on EV adoption. And presumably, unlike step loads, you don't have customers raising their hand telling you, I'm planning to adopt this EV in 3 years. Mm-hmm. So I think beyond step load incorporation, curious on if there might be opportunities for experts and other state agencies to help inform the base case.
Yeah, Gerhard Walker from Eversource. That's an excellent point. And I think this goes back to what we understand as stakeholder input and whatnot. When I think from my perspective, the way we were reading this for the stakeholder input is that there is going to be an engagement forum with a set of stakeholders and looking at various scenario possibilities that might occur, right? So that's where the comments are aimed at. I mentioned this earlier, if stakeholders have quantified, if individual stakeholders or agencies have quantifiable data that they can provide, like I said, building storage here or the DMV, excellent example, being willing to provide us with all EV registration data in the state, definitely. That's quantifiable data we can consume in the input. What we're worried about is a prolonged discussion around which possible scenario of EV adoption might occur in the next 5 years. Number one, those values aren't, except for the step loads, which we'll be talking to the customer anyways, aren't large enough to move the needle left or right. And the company, again, needs to make prioritization decisions on one scenario on how and what projects are going to be done. So that's kind of the distinction, what we were considering on the topic of stakeholder engagement. But yes, if the DMV wants to share that information with us, we're definitely open for that discussion.
Mike Pertel for UI. Mr. Turk, I totally agree with Gerhard, what he's talking about. defining stakeholder, right? And I think what Gerhard said earlier was we gather all the empirical data. Part of that empirical data bin is the DMV registration data of EVs. Customers that have rebates for converting to air source heat pump. That is all empirical data that I think some people are interpreting as stakeholder input. So absolutely, we want to be comprehensive in obtaining all the data that's available to provide the most granular forecast that we can to inform distribution planning, because it's incumbent on us to ensure the system provides safe and reliable service. So we want our best estimate of what we expect is going to be coming onto the system. So we engage with ISO New England, right? Because they also do studies. So we would look at that as gathering empirical data. I think it's also interpreted as stakeholder.
And I just wanted to kind of go back a bit on this empirical data topic, and then both the companies engage with our key accounts and the account executives. And at least speaking for Eversource, just to really put a fine point on how thoroughly we screen this loads that show up in the forecast, we have to actually have a load letter in hand, right? This isn't customers saying, oh, I'm speculatively thinking about building something over there, and that shows up in our forecast. Right? This has to go to the point that the customer is shortly before having the spade in the ground and has signed a load letter and made its deposit with the company to do the interconnection study. And so really, right, because these next 5 years drive all the prioritization and investments. And so we have to be sure that what we're putting in here is certain to the best degree possible.
Dr. Walker, just to make sure I understood that point, clearly the load letter is a requirement for the company to incorporate that as a step load input in the forecast. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, it was very helpful. I think this category of question I think is really related to EVs and heat pumps specifically because there is no load letter that a customer submits, and they might be doubling their peak load by installing either one of those technologies. And of course, there's a range of possible EV adoption scenarios that ISO New England incorporates into their SELT forecasting. And so I'm curious would there be opportunities for review of those inputs to the forecast of the number of EVs and heat pumps expected to come online in the next 5 to 10 years? Not broad input, I guess, curious specifically if there are experts that we could engage with that might be able to review those assumptions, look at historical data, leading indicators, and react to some of those numbers.
Yeah, so Gerhard Walker from Eversource, so try to dissect that question into subcomponents there. So I'm just going to go back to the actual information you mentioned on the RMV data, right? Mr. Pearl also mentioned that's valuable information for us. Heat pumps is a bit more difficult because, said yourself, there's nobody's reporting heat pumps unless they take up funding. But that's not by any means everybody. So now, if there were any mechanism that required everybody to report a heat pump installation to the utilities, that would be helpful, then we'd know where they all are. With AMI at some point, that problem might go away because the analytics on the AMI allows to identify those. But right now, that's a factor where we just have to work with the information we have. Now, in terms of reviewing the forecast data, right? Number one, I think, plainly speaking, anybody can review the data we're going to put into the IDSP and provide. I assume it's going to go through a proceeding and intervene and provide comments on that. So then the companies will defend their assumptions and their forecasts and that. But in the end, right, and this is where this always goes back to, is where the companies are the ones responsible for safe and reliable service of the system. And if something breaks, we're going to be called here in front of the authority to testify as to why we didn't have sufficient capacity or why we built a solution when there was no need. So as all of this goes back to the forecast and we have diverging opinions between outside experts and the companies, I urge that the companies will always have the final say on what is in the forecast, because we are ultimately being held responsible by the authority for the performance of the system, and a third-party consultant is not.
Maybe just as an extension of that, that idea, Dr. Walker, though, would it be preferable, though, to have an interim checkpoint before the IDSP is developed, submitted, and it's fully baked at that point where the forecast has been made, grid needs identified, solutions identified, tied up in a neat bow of hundreds of pages, but hopefully not too many hundreds of pages. And I guess instead of getting to that conclusion, let me say it this way. Are the companies imagining that there is a step in the stakeholder engagement process and or dovetailing with the load forecast process where there could be a review of inputs or assumptions, not to be deterministic about what the final base scenario is necessarily, but to be able to review and challenge some of those assumptions so that if there's something that's being overlooked, that could be caught before we go through the full process, rather than getting to the end and finding that there's perhaps a faulty assumption or missing data or something that gets challenged on the back end.
So Gerhard Walker from Eversource. So first off, our ESMP was 700 some pages. So just to dispel the notion that that's going to stop at a 100-page document, what we're looking at here. No, but serious, I do want to just correct one thing, right? And the companies do an annual forecasting process, right? So I don't think, and UI confirm this for me, is that we are going to do an independent forecast that's outside of the regular forecasting process for the IDSP. The IDSP, whenever it gets filed, picks up the last updated forecast that the company's issued. For Eversource, we issue that in March of every year. That's when the forecasting cycle completes. So we file January, you're getting March previous year in that document. We file April, you're getting a fresh one off the press into that document. That's not that easy because solutions needs time to develop the solutions based on the forecast. So you always have a delay in there. So you start adding that. So the forecast you're seeing in the final IDSP document is very likely 9 to 12 months old, potentially even more, depending on when you're doing the timing. By the time we update it, system planning and engineering develop the solutions for it, it goes into the plan gets submitted for review. And by the time you're approving it, you're looking at forecast that was done 2 years ago, round about that time frame. So that context, Mr. Henry, so basically what you're proposing now is that we do that for every year on the forecast, because just doing it, there's no IDSP forecast, right? There's a company forecast that's being produced. So it's the proposal to review the company's annual forecasting cycle here.
Just to be clear, I'm not proposing anything, but instead asking whether it would help the IDSP process to have a review checkpoint for the what's referred to in the straw proposal as the comprehensive filing, right? The every 4 years filing. Would it be helpful for, as that forecast for that particular filing, not each annual forecast, but the forecast for that one comprehensive filing, to have a checkpoint for review and discussion with some group of stakeholders to be able to challenge and interrogate those assumptions so that it doesn't get to the point many months or a year later where there's something that could have been avoided or corrected earlier had there been an opportunity for input.
Okay, so I think, let me put this again into context from other jurisdictions. As I mentioned earlier with the stakeholder process in Massachusetts specifically, we gave their GMAC, they got the documents, was it 6 or 3 months prior to filing? I don't even remember anymore. To say 6 months prior to review that. And of course, forecasting chapter is in there, and they provided comments on those topics. And the companies reviewed those comments, right? And either, as I said, accepted with modifications or declined. I don't have an issue with a similar process where like a draft version of this goes out to a select group of stakeholders to say, okay, this is what we're looking at, this is what the write-up is, feedback in. But especially, and this is the sticking point, is that base forecast, right? I'm going to harp on this final thing. The companies then have the final say on include, not included, or included with modification, notably having to justify why they made a modification or why they didn't include it. I some of the more simple reasons why we, for example, didn't include topics is because it wasn't a quantifiable input, right? There's an opinion, but not a quantifiable input. We can't work with a non-quantifiable input, so noted, but not accepted. So that's kind of like how that would work, and I think that's possible, and we've done that in other jurisdictions to that level, and the companies would then provide that as part of their final filings to say accepted with modifications or declined.
Understood.
Mr. Kramer, I just want to add on to what Dr. Walker was saying. Every year we update our peak forecast that drives the Siting Council report, right? And we're not going to say, okay, in parallel, we're doing this separate forecast for the IDSP. They're all coming out of the same starting point, right? We gather all of our empirical data, we update all of our models, we reach out to key accounts, we get all of that empirical data or stakeholder input, if you will, to drive that forecast. And the IDSP will just take the Siting Council and be more granular, or the other way around, right? It'll be bottom up, roll up to an 8760 at the corporate level. So every year there is opportunity to review when we file with the Siting Council. It's not going to be a surprise every 4 years. But that being said, I echo Dr. Walker's comments that we're open to engagement to present our assumptions and the like, and have that back and forth. That's not an issue. But ultimately, what's the motivation? Our motivation is to provide the best possible forecast for our system planning because we are liable for that.
Understood. And that's very clear in the comments. And thank you for making that point that the EDC's position is that decision rights are essential for that reason that you just described.
Kevin Donnelly from UI, just understand, like, what is it that, try to think about these things, like what is it that we're trying to solve for? And transparency, I think, is a huge aspect of this process. And then that engagement is around, given the transparency, is there some validation of what your assumptions are? Should that be informed in a different way? How does that then translate into what you're going to provide as your final need assessment, your solution analysis? It's going to lead to costs, it's going to lead to investments. CIEC with Mr. Goodman and his comments talk about affordability. So what are the investments that this is driving or guiding towards? And where I think that fine line distinction is also the time that the process will take. So I guess I had a little word of caution around, we could make a forecasting engagement process 12 months long. We could make it probably 12 weeks long. We can make it 12 days long. We can make it 12 hours long. It's finding that right balance so it doesn't become an overwhelming process that then also challenges our ability as the utilities to make the necessary investments in a timely manner, either to address a known issue or to accomplish the goals of the state and provide the necessary capacity for EV, for heat pump adoption, for fill in the blank on any state energy policy that is going to be there in the future, but not yet contemplated today. This is a process that we're establishing for what ideally would be, I guess, a long time going forward from PURA's perspective.
Gerhard Walker, to add from what Mr. Donnelly has said, I think that the term is analysis paralysis, right? We keep going then into circles and don't come to a conclusion. And I wanted to echo one item, and I assume we're going to get to this also, is just to really be cautious about how much, in addition to the 10-year base forecast, we want to create and include into the IDSP. And we're very much in favor of doing the long-term demand assessment. That's an effort that we think is wise to undertake. But note, right, that that's all incremental effort to what we're working with. And again, not to draw too many parallels to other jurisdictions, but especially since we kind of have a bit of a blueprint there. We have requested, and we have hopefully phase 2 decision in Massachusetts outstanding, the approval for incremental resources to do all of these additional scenarios, right? There's solar scenarios that have to be calculated, the stakeholder engagement, right? That's not the data scientists that are actually doing the forecast. They're busy doing the forecast. They can't be sitting in stakeholder engagements. They can't be reviewing pages and pages of stakeholder input. and doing those negotiations. So those all are all distractions from the team's actual purpose to create that forecast. So that is all a requirement for incremental resources. I think we've mentioned that in the filing itself. It's not just once we file the IDSP on what might be incremental needs, but also in preparing that document if we so choose to say, right, we need those 6 scenarios on the forecast, the long-term demand assessment, everything at a 50-50 weather normalized and 90-10 weather normalized, and then do it as an 87-60. Happy to provide all of this information. Always just be aware that it doesn't come for free. And the people doing the day-to-day operations, as what Donnelly was referring to, is that they need to be able to keep doing their job in this process so that planning can continue, that the cycle can continue. So we're just always aware when we create those wish lists of things we want to see.
Thank you. I think 8760 was mentioned just earlier, so thank you for the transition. So this question is for the EDCs and refers to a proposal that originally came from OCC, I believe, which is how do the EDCs respond to this proposal to use 90-10 forecasts and overlay historical hourly data as a means of developing 8760 models before and until probabilistic models are developed?
So Gerhard Walker from Eversource. So 8760 is a very fun and interesting topic. The authority had mentioned in its draw proposal, right, there are some benefits to having 8760, especially if you're looking at non-wires evaluation, notably storage, most notably storage, right? It's the question, how many dispatch hours and how often per year would you need that asset to participate? That said, right, and the authority had mentioned the comments that the companies had provided early on, and I just want to reiterate this, is 8760 does not inherently provide more granularity. I know it looks like it because you've got a value for every hour, but underpinning on an 8760 curve is a weather assumption. You can make something up. Let's say it's August 11th and your 8760 shows no solar output in a high load curve. You're assuming 5 years in advance on your forecast that August 11 is no sun and it's warm outside. So just wanted to be really clear that that's always going to be wrong, because in addition to the value component in your forecast, whether it's a 5, 10, or 15 megawatt load, you're now including when that happens exactly, not just which hour, which day, which month of the year, and how often. How many heat waves are we going to have? 2022 was a very hot year. 2023 was it 24? We didn't even hit the 50-50 value on the ISO's forecast because it was such a mild summer. So that would have been entirely wrong, the 8760. So just to keep that in mind. And so now comes the question, if you do 8760, what is that going to be used for, and what's the information you want to get out of it? And like we said in the comments, we agree, and we have the non-wires process for certain projects where a battery is a possible bid, right? The companies can certainly look at creating 24-hour profiles or typical load day, what we would call it, right? What's the typical load day look like? That's information that's very useful for this. But creating it down to a circuit level for every circuit on the system where it might not even be needed, that information, and procuring that and maintaining that information without getting any actual gain out of it, again, goes back to this question. It all can be done, technically possible, right? You can hire the people, get the tools, get the software, and you can do it. Why are we doing it? And what's the cost benefit ratio of that effort?
Dr. Walker, would the comments that you just provided on the 8760 modeling be different if the company had AMI deployed?
Well, so AMI is a good input into any 8760 modeling. But again, right, if you have the last year of, let's say you have the last 4 years of AMI data for a specific circuit, you can aggregate that all up and get a load curve for that circuit. We already have the SCADA feeds for that circuit, so that hopefully is in the same value. But so you have to create a typical load year, essentially saying, okay, on average, this looks like this, but you don't want average. You want to make sure you capture the 90-10 value. So how do you do a 90-10 for an 87-60, right? You can't go 90-10 every day. That would not be that's not realistic scenario. So yeah, you can more data doesn't solve the inherent problem of an 87-60, presuming that you know what the weather is going to look like at every day of the year going out 10 years in the forecast, right? That's the forecast presumption you're making if you're building an 87-60 forecast.
Okay.
And that's difficult.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that, Mr. Kramer. Mike Bertel for UI. Modeling at 8760, to do it correctly, the way the industry is doing it, is you have to pick a representative year of weather, right? So, and in that, your 8760 will kick out an exact date to say this, based on this weather, this is when the peak will happen. So if you use that as a step one, and then step two, extract the peak, the min for each month or each season from that 8760, I think there's more value in pulling that out of your simulations versus saying, here's the actual hourly loads we're projecting 10 years out, right? So to get there, you would run the simulations to generate the hourly loads. That is similar to what I understand the OCC was recommending, is to say, can we do our current winter summer peaks and low periods and apply representative load shapes? Well, we would need to define those representative load shapes. And part of the value, and we're starting to investigate this now in leveraging AMI data, is to model the impact on a typical residential scaled to square footage of the house through time of adoption of electric air source heat pump or electric vehicle and home charging. And we want to capture that to ideally see how it's going to impact the peak, because that's what distribution planning is focused on. So while we're not opposed to going down the road to modeling 8760, we don't currently have the resources or the software to do that.
Understood.
A quick follow-up to that. Yeah, there's a comment in the written submission that developing 8760 profiles would represent substantial incremental effort. I just want to understand if that applies specifically to bottom-up probabilistic 8760 models like what you just described, or also taking winter summer peak and choosing historical or using historical data to sort of work backwards in a top-down way to an 8760 profile that of course won't be accurate on a forward-looking basis, but might provide helpful information if you could overlay assumed EV and heat pump adoption on top of that base load on an hourly basis. So I know I'm rambling here, but not building a probabilistic model, but taking the existing 90-10 process and using that to work backwards to an hourly load model using historical data.
Yeah, I can appreciate that concept. However, it's still top down, right? And what we want to get to is, if we're going to have access to all the granular data, and we're working on like resurrecting the load research from the early 90s, where we can get information on the square footage of the house on every single customer. We can get some type of psychographic data so we can really pinpoint the propensity to adopt EVs. And the reason square footage of a house, going back to that, is heat pump adoption, right? The cold source heat pumps. You have certain tonnage that fits different square footage. We have certain circuits that have larger houses for square foot than other circuits. So if we're doing it top down, we're going to miss out on all of that type of granular information. And we would like to get to a point where we have an inventory of every single meter and all of the attributes behind that meter, whether it's heating and cooling appliances, whether it's the square footage, whether it's they have rooftop, right? Do they have it and where it's facing for the propensity to PV adoption? That's where we want to get to. And I think keeping with the top-down mentality, the whole industry is moving to bottom up, and then roll that up to the corporate level, and that will generate your peaks.
Nothing to add. I think, again, right, it's all possible. We're not saying that none of this is possible. It's just cautioning on effort versus benefits on this.
Thank you. So this is again to the EDCs, but encourage everyone to consider it and jump in. The EDC stated in their written comments that the companies strongly advise against the creation of scenarios for the 10-year forecast, as it will lead to confusion and expectations that solutions be developed for all scenarios. That's on page 28. I'm curious for the EDCs why they believe they'll be expected to develop solutions for 10-year forecast scenarios besides simply just developing the forecasts themselves.
I guess that Garrett Walker from Eversource, then there's a question back to that. If we're not expected to develop solutions to compare what, for example, the cost impact of the different forecasts would be, why are we creating different forecasts? Right? Just to create the forecast without then actually looking at what the cost impact to the system would be based on different scenarios, I think would then defeat the point of even creating it.
So yeah, I think maybe it's a wording confusion then, because I guess, of course, we wouldn't expect solutions to actually be developed, but I'm curious of the incremental lift to perform a grid needs assessment according to a high, medium, and low scenario.
So going back quickly to the forecast, and Mr. Pearl had said this already, and Eversource concurs, is that the 10-year forecast is based on known knowns, right? We certain step loads, people have to submit those load letters. It's based on EVs as far as we know the information that's on the ground. It's based on the energy efficiency programs in the state. It's based on seen economic growth, based on the local gross metro product data we have. What I struggle with is what's open for scenarios in the next 5 years, right? All of the customers have said they're going to do this. We have the load letters. The EV data that's baked into the programs the state has, the energy efficiency program that's been approved by the state. So I really struggle with, like, what's the scenarios in the next 5 years that we're looking at? Other than say, well, we cut the E, I'm overstating this, but like we cut the E program tomorrow, and that's one scenario we look at, right? Because those are all known knowns that we have on the system.
Yeah, I would want to add to that is back to the 8760. The value of 8760 is distribution planning wants to do an area analysis focused on one local area, just a substation, regardless of the rest of the UI system or Eversource system. So the value of the 8760 is on that very granular level because we have certain subs or feeders that may switch to winter peaking before other subs or circuits, and we would want to capture that. So running scenarios on that one-off for an area study may have some value, but towards a 10-year out, yeah, what would be the motivation for running these different scenarios if we're trying to build to our best estimate of what we expect to see on the system?
This is Juan Martinez, Eversource. I think going back to the original question is what would be the impact of different scenarios into doing a grid needs assessment, right? And I think what we need to keep in mind is through the yearly cycle, we go through the heat in the summer, we go through the summer heat. We look at that data, we develop a forecast, and out of that forecast, a fixed forecast, then we develop plans for that forecast, right? And there's not that much time in between, right? If I had 3 or 4 more scenarios, exactly the same amount of time it takes me to develop plans for one scenario, I will have to develop the same plan. So it's depending on the amount of scenarios, it's equal the amount of time that will be required to develop solutions for those scenarios. So that's why we need, and we have to focus on one forecast to develop solutions that will be needed 3, 4, 5, 6 years ahead, right? Thank you.
Kevin Donnelly from UI. Hopefully I don't run too far off where the engineers, system planners jump in. What Mr. Martinez said, I think, is the reality. Right? We've got our base case. We know what that is. We got to come up with our grid needs assessment to develop solution analysis. It is thoroughly exhaustive with justification, documentation, white paper type information in there with all the necessary support for those solutions. And if you run a scenario and you say, well, what happens if, and use what Mr. Patel just said, on this particular part of our system, we see that load go up by 2x, 5x. Does that change? then Mr. Cruz and his team would be looking at it and say, wow, we wouldn't be able to meet that capacity if it came on in that 10 years, given what that growth could look like, what would be needed. And so you could say in a 30-minute conversation, I'll keep using my analogies, a 3-day conversation or a 3-week conversation, what does that solution analysis look like? It might be like, wow, that's so different and large, that would require perhaps a whole new substation. We wouldn't be able to accommodate and meet that need. Different from saying, go do the technical system planning engineering analysis for how you would accommodate that or what it looks like. So I think I'll just raise that as a question of saying, what level of conversation are we looking at for this 10-year long-range forecast, different scenarios, and what that might mean if they were to be realized in terms of system needs and impacts and cost.
Yeah, and I can try to sharpen here and I guess with a hypothetical, and if it makes no sense, please call me out, let me know. But I think, for example, I'll focus on EVs. If there's a scenario where cars are continuing to charge according to historical patterns versus one where imagine every EV manufacturer rolls out a feature where cars will not start charging until 1 a.m. And, in this situation, if you're conducting a grid needs assessment with those different demand profiles, I understand the write-up of that profile. You wouldn't want to do an entire solution design according to both those scenarios, but maybe the grid need that appears in that first case doesn't show up in the second case. And I'm wondering the incremental effort to run the simulation, run a steady state analysis under those two cases, and maybe it turns out that there's no difference at all in which grid needs appear, but is that an exercise that would be potentially useful as you think through which solutions to then pursue?
Juan Martinez, Eversource. I think maybe I'll separate a little bit the planning process, right? To answer the question is, as we mentioned earlier, we do the forecast every year. If we see something like that, because we have to plan for the forecast on things that we actually see, right? We have to plan for that. So if we see a scenario where EV charging starts changing, right? We will observe that in the actual load, in the actual forecast. It will go into the forecast for that year, and we'll start adjusting our plans for things that we actually see, right? The challenge with running the scenario ahead of time is there's no end to how many scenarios, right? And, we don't have the luxury of time because, let's say, for big substation projects, they take 5-7 years. We have to plan them 5-7 years ahead of time. And if we're late, right? If we just take 1 year to start running scenarios and see what it will be, we might be late. And so that's the challenge we have, right? We have to plan for what we see. And if we see a change in EV profiles, then that will show up in the actual load, in the actual step loads, right? In what customers are telling us because we talk to them, and we'll plan for that accordingly.
Yeah, and Garrett Walker from Eversource. So yes, possible. This is a very short answer to that. The question is, again, and I think this is where the nervousness from the companies comes at. Now, let's say we go to exactly that scenario that, charge management is prevailing. Everybody, gets scattered into the night, and suddenly a bunch of needs on the system disappear. But that's not the baseline forecast, right? So I can guarantee there's going to start a discussion now on, so this is where we want this clarity, and it's okay. So now you have these scenarios, the base forecast says right now there is no charge management, and there's no guarantee that even if it becomes a program that people will participate, how many will participate, will they take up the benefits, et cetera, et cetera. So if that then starts to threaten or delay projects that are needed to serve the base case, we run into the very real risk that there's going to be a capacity deficiency. And I think that's the risk we see in this. Creating those as information, right? Just generally, that's always a possibility. Again, I can't estimate the effort off the top of my head here, but if we're not speccing out full solutions, that's a lot easier. So that is a possibility. But again, the very real caution on the further discussion down the road is what do you do with those? And would really want to leave everybody here with it. Any of those scenarios in the 5 or 10-year forecast cannot impede the decision-making process of investments that have to happen now to address near-term system needs.
Lucas Cruz for UI. I think it's important to also clarify that the EDCs already engage on this example that you mentioned, Mr. Turk, on evaluating different scenarios when we are assessing an interconnection request. For example, for a medium or heavy duty electric vehicle fleet, we have multiple discussions with developers. Could be the Department of Transportation or UPS, FedEx, and we discuss multiple different charging schedule for their fleets. So, and how this impacts our load profiles at our system. I think the issue here that we are struggling is to identify what is the benefit of running this analysis for the system level and developing all these different scenarios, again, for the system level. For the discussions that we have with our customers, with our developers, yes, we are already developing these different scenarios, but at the system level and looking for 10, 15, 20 years ahead, it's too much uncertainty, and we believe that this could create expectations that we would need to provide what would be the impacts to our capital plan when comparing scenario A with scenario B and C, for example.
Kevin Donnelly, UI, and I realize it's just a hypothetical. Let's talk about that hypothetical for a moment. Unless there was full regulation around chargers only being on and available between, say, 1 a.m. and, I don't know, make it up 4 a.m., then there's no guarantee, as Mr. Walker said, that that's when they will charge. In that example, it would probably drive EV adoption much greater than the current base forecast. It would accelerate perhaps EV adoption, just hypothetically. And then people may be more likely to charge throughout the day when it's convenient, not necessarily when they might be most incentivized. That might also result in an underbuild out of our system, just as it could an overbuild, as you had alluded to, like it alleviates a need for a grid investment. It might actually create a new grid need. And so some of this might start getting into concepts like proactive planning and looking forward and how you enable state policy goals for electrification, EV, heat pump adoption being the two primary ones. And is there a framework that you can put in place to address more proactively planning for the grid that is outside the scope of what your typical system plan would prioritize? So today we've got a 5 and 10-year outlook, and we wouldn't be addressing, let's say, an issue on a feeder on a substation because it doesn't have capacity constraint. But if you were to build out a scenario, or you choose as a state policy mandate to accelerate air source heat pump adoption or EV adoption, then that brings forward an investment need. And Mr. Cruz, they would redo it all, and they might say, okay, well, this isn't going to fall within our top list of prioritized investment because there's other more pressing needs for safe, reliable service or customer new connection mandates and state government highway work and so on. But if you were to accelerate that, here's how much it would be. And then you either have to fund that separately or recognize and acknowledge that some other work wouldn't get done. That's a process that is ongoing now in New York, just as a reference, a concept of a proactive planning framework to deal with those situations separate outside.
Thank you. I have one more question on load forecasting, and hope we can wrap it up before the lunch break. So this is to all, to CIEC and OCC first. which is that the EDCs propose a cybersecurity framework that would allow confidential data to be shared with PURA under a protective order, and that stakeholders would register as active participants, similarly to the process monitor in the non-wire solutions dockets, sign cybersecurity agreements and NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, to allow full access to the data. What are CIEC's and OCC's responses to this proposal?
Conceptually, from CIC's perspective, I'm not sure what, if any, of that information like we would want to see. It's a little hard to anticipate. But I think as long as there are adequate protections and potentially even different level of requirements, depending on what the information is. I mean, for example, critical energy infrastructure information might need a higher level of protection or consideration for access than some other information. But subject to that, we don't necessarily have an opinion or opposition to making available. I think as long as it's clear what the, for what purpose stakeholders might have access to that kind of information. I mean, I think in general, CEII, for example, or even detailed cybersecurity, I don't recall from the comments what kind of cybersecurity information might be provided, but if we're talking about protocols and methods, for example, that might be something that stakeholders just don't need access to, or the consideration of what is the benefit of access versus potential risk to the utilities for making that available to a wider group of participants. That balancing might just weigh in favor of restricting access. So I hope that was a sufficient non-answer to respond to your question.
Hi, Tom Wheel from OCC. I was impressed with the sufficiency of your non-answer. I would just add, I agree generally, I think with the sentiment that I don't think from OCC's perspective, like I can't imagine a practical scenario where, at least speaking for us, we would have a problem with the company letting us know that what we wanted to see was confidential and a potential cybersecurity violation. I did really appreciate the company's comments reference to the non-wires solutions cybersecurity kind of protocols that have been developed there. As some people, I'm looking at Dr. Walker, who I'm sure remembers, this was a major conversation in that proceeding. It took a really long time, but I think we did kind of get to a place where everybody was comfortable. And from a 10,000-foot view, that place was essentially that, to the extent that there are cybersecurity issues, there is no one sort of in that context challenging the utility's determination of what is or is not a security threat. And instead, it's sort of more focused on ways to kind of get relevant information that isn't a security threat, that is sort of responsive to what fills the needs of what people are looking for. And I'll let Dr. Walker confirm or deny whether that's an accurate assessment, but I think that a similar solution would make sense here.
I think what Mr. Wheel said makes sense. And to his point, we spent an extensive amount of time in the non-wires docket, more or less banging our heads together, trying to figure this out. And we came to a conclusion that's acceptable by all parties. So using a similar framework. And I think just to give you a bit of perspective, again, since we're still on the forecasting topic in terms of the sensitive information, the way it's been handled in the ESMP is that the company provides forecasts at a regional planning level. So we have in Massachusetts 4 planning regions that we aggregated all the forecasts to. So all of the information is aggregated up at that regional level. That kind of, let's call it, declassifies it because it's no longer by circuit or by station, that information, and that's what's made public. That's the report everybody can read, and it really gives you geographic regions, shows you how they're differently developing with solar and load growth, and all of that information is good to have. And that's just available. And then for projects that are in there, if it is relevant to the project, right, if it's not a reliability or asset condition project, but it is concerned with capacity, then individual projects do have the information attached to them. But now we don't want to have, and we've made that statement several times, all of our forecasted data out just generally available together with all of our system information, which can be had on hosting capacity maps and whatnot. That gives every bad actor who puts a little bit of effort into this a very good idea where the weak points are on the system at what point in time over the year. And that's really what we want to prevent from happening.
For the purposes of bringing it into this record, in practice, I guess it would be 250808, have there been any objections from participants? I'm thinking possibly a developer or any other party that is sort of objecting to the process that's been set up, saying that it prevents them from getting the information they need in some way?
Not that I'm aware of. We also had a switch right in the process monitor, and even there, the process worked relatively smoothly to get them up to date, all the NDAs and cybersecurity agreements signed so they can run with the process. So far, I'm not aware of any stakeholders raising concerns or issues with the way it's going.
Just a quick clarification. So you had listed, for Dr. Walker, you'd said at the regional level that would be appropriate for inclusion in the plan, but did I understand correctly that below that level at the substation or feeder, to the extent there are forecasts happening there, that would be included under protective order?
Yeah, so that's a good question, right? In the filing document itself, the plan itself, it would of course not be included because that's then the public document. If PURA or the authority was to ask for those station level forecasts, right, then we would file those under protective order.
All right, great. So a question for OCC, and this will be the last one on load forecasting, I promise. You raise a concern that adoption propensity modeling may result in positive reinforcement bias based on where adoption of low carbon technologies has historically been highest. How might this modeling account for state goals to improve equity of low carbon technology adoption?
Yeah, Stephanie Beeler, RMI. I think I guess one method would be to think about any programs or incentives that might like increase adoption in areas that have not historically had DERs is one way to account for that.
Gerhard Walker from Eversource. Just in terms of the tying that together to the forecast now comes really the challenge and understanding what the concern is. But even if you establish those programs, right, it remains to be seen whether those programs actually then have effect on these adoptions, right? So I would advise against just based on the basis of a program that is to be developed or that has been recently established to change any adoption propensity models that we have without quantifiable data to verify those impacts. So, and we've outlined this in our comments along the way that demand response is one of those famous topics where the question is whether that's included in the forecast. And yes, as to the extent that existing demand response programs have a proven record of reducing the system peak, they are captured in the forecast. Above and beyond that, no, they're not, because we need to know and we have to have that quantifiable data to see what that impact is.
Okay, great. We're going to move on to grid needs, the grid needs assessment chapter. This first question is for OCC, and that is, you recommend providing additional guidance around proactive investments designed to accommodate DERs. What specific guidance does OCC seek regarding proactive investments?
Stephanie Beeler, RMI. I think in our experience, or just watching this happen in other jurisdictions, there's a lot of uncertainty around any proactive investments. So clarity around what benefits would be provided and the degree of uncertainty around whether the investment will be needed. So again, this can get back to scenarios or something similar to probabilistic modeling understanding how likely it is that this proactive investment will be needed and the benefits provided to customers. I'll also note that in some states, this has been decided in an entirely separate docket and can get a little complicated. So thank you.
Okay. Question for the EDCs. The advocates propose incorporating 5-year forecasts and projects in the interconnection queue into hosting capacity maps. What would be involved to implement that proposal?
I'll start with Eversource. So Eversource is currently implementing a project in Connecticut. I'll not have to pass on the exact docket number in order. We can look that up during lunch break and I can provide that again. There was a direction from the authority to make certain investments into the hosting capacity map to include such information. And if we want to come back to it after the lunch breaks, I can get the exact docket number referenced.
That would be great to have it in the record, please.
Okay, question for OCC. Is the proposed needs assessment scope sufficient? Or do you believe it should include more, for example, climate impacts or long-term hosting capacity? And I'll stop there first and ask a follow-up later.
I don't think we have a strong opinion on any additional information that we think would be required, but we're open to others if there's other analyses others would seek.
All right. I've got a question for the EDCs. In the written comments, the EDCs proposed in response to the straw proposal, which includes a number of distinct analyses within the grid needs assessment section, the EDCs proposed replacing what was characterized as the dynamic and transient analysis with an N-1 contingency analysis, and provided reasons for the way in which similar dynamic and transient analysis is conducted for Eversource using an electromagnetic transient analysis, and also stating that UI currently does not conduct an EMT analysis. So my question here is if the companies can explain further the content that they're envisioning as a part of a sort of reframed N-1 contingency analysis section, please.
Lucas Cruz for UI. So the title of this analysis in the STAR proposal is Dynamic and Transient Analysis, but in the content, in the description, we have a proposal for including capacity, voltage, thermal ratings, and so on. So this is a type of analysis that is performed by the EDCs, and we classify this as a steady state analysis, right? So I would say that this should be just steady state analysis on this part of the grid needs assessment. And as Eversource said, the EMT is just utilized for certain types of interconnection studies. And again, UI is not currently capable of performing this analysis because we need new software and processing capabilities.
But Mr. Cruz, if I'm understanding you right, the EMT study's role within certain interconnection studies, is it accurate to say that it does not have material bearing on looking at the overall system planning in terms of the grid needs assessment section?
I can't speak specifically for the EMT, but to my knowledge, these are two separate, let's say, type of assessments. EMT is more utilized for just assessing any specific interconnection application, and steady state analysis are types of analysis that we conduct at the system level to identify system needs.
Thank you. I also had a question about and maybe Dr. Walker, I'm sorry if I'm retreading territory we've just covered, but in the hosting capacity analysis piece within the grid needs analysis, the EDCs commented that they were looking for confirmation that this section would model minimum loads on the system along with maximum generation and compare that with grid capacity. I guess my question is just, does the straw proposal suggest otherwise?
Which page exactly in our
Yeah.
comments are you referring to?
Just one moment, I can get the page number. So straw proposal page 26 and EDC comment page 37.
So this is referring to the hosting capacity analysis bullet point, the third from the bottom on page 26.
Yes.
And then our comments, sorry, looking up myself, what page was it?
In your comments, in the EDC comments, it's page 37.
Okay, let me scroll down.
Second bullet from the bottom.
Yeah. No, this is just us confirming that that's exactly what we're talking about, the same things when we're talking about hosting capacity, what the calculation foundation for that is, right? So the way we see it, the maximum generation impact on the system happens during low load conditions. It was April 27th again this year when the ISO hit record low numbers, right? So on a weekend, low load condition, sunny conditions outside, that's the baseline that we're going to be looking at this against.
Okay. Then with the commissioner's allowance, I'll confirm that.
Okay. Awesome.
I'm going to try to squeeze in one more question here before lunch of a similar nature. And the EDC comments on the DER interconnection plan, which similarly is on page 37, continuing on to 38. My takeaway here was that the EDCs are requesting confirmation that this section would reflect the, paraphrasing, the cost allocation analysis from docket number 220629 REO 1. And my question is similar. Does the straw proposal suggest otherwise? And it could, yeah, Mr. Cruz, you can please jump in.
Lucas Cruz for UI. So my understanding to the straw proposal on the DER interconnection plan, and I believe it's what we are seeking clarification here, is the intent to the EDCs to perform a proactive assessment to identify areas within our service territory that do not have enough hosting capacity for new DRs, and should we develop solutions or propose solutions to enable more DRs on those areas that are currently constrained regarding capacity, hosting capacity. And we did a similar analysis to respond to RSR 50 on that specific docket that you mentioned.
Okay. Thank you. On the
just very quickly, right, to add what Mr. Cruz said, I think the straw proposal didn't say anything to the contrary, but it also wasn't very clear on how that's going to interplay with that docket. So that's just where the company on the final decisions are looking forward to very clear language from the authority on how that's going to work.
Understood. And I think that'll be my last question on this topic. We may have just a couple more on grid needs assessment after lunch, but we're just 2 minutes before noon. So commissioners, I would recommend that we adjourn for lunch and resume at 12:45.
That was my fault.
Actually,
Okay. All right.
really around. Yeah, so will it have?
Yeah.
Because of the.
Exactly.
So, I mean, our topics are exactly through the whole thing. Yeah, so.
You going? Yes.
Lunch for you?
I brought mine, thank you. Dig in a minute.
All right.
That's good to me.
Yeah, thanks.
True.
Hey, how you doing? Not good, huh? Session's almost over, right?
Long way still, it's actually.
Yeah, what is it? And it's the fourth. It's the fourth.
Good, how are you?
Good, good. So, getting ready, geared up for New York rate cases.
Yeah.
You're handling the equivalent of CX there, right?
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to this.
A much shorter commute, right?
Yes. Good, how are you?
Is it right?
Really much.
It's right in Albany. Small Vinny.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, where's your office? You're right in downtown?
Yeah, I'm downhill. on
Okay.
Broadway.
I do.
Have you heard of 677 Broadway?
Oh, but I'm gonna text my brother.
It's something that it's a restaurant a lot.
677, right?
Yeah, 2 blocks away.
I'm gonna ask.
Easy
him.
lane one. No, I'm about at 10 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, I actually have to get up there this summer. The problem is I pay money for a full course, so like, I wanna kind of be here when I'm not on vacation, but, it's tough though. But Albany's great. There's a lot.
We're looking forward to that.
Yes. I'm literally completely out of, like, I was just actually telling, no, I have no idea. Yeah, so it's funny, because even when I used to have a multi-state, the historic, you either had everything, or there was the New England or split. So I managed in Maine and Connecticut. So I don't even know most of the people in New York.
Well, you know Javier.
I know Javier, I know Kim, I know Rebecca Marino.
Javier is.
He said that.
Kip. We often do them.
Yes.
Even if it's like.
And you already talked to him in,
Trying to.
okay.
All right, welcome back. So we will go back on the record and resume our conversation for the docket.
Thank you, Chairman Gillette. Okay, so just before we broke for lunch, we were speaking about the grid needs assessment section and have just a couple more questions on this topic. So for still within the general discussion area of the various analyses within or that are contemplated in the grid needs assessment section of the proposal, the bidirectional load flow analysis that was suggested in the straw proposal, I took the EDC comments to seek clarity on whether this is a summary of the power produced by DERs or the netted export. And I guess to understand that better, my first question would be, do the companies currently perform a bidirectional load flow analysis?
You want to start? Or should I?
Well,
To start off, Eversource, Gerhard Walker. I think in general, a load flow study is by default bidirectional if the model, if the underlying model has more generation than it has load in it. It's not that in any planning tool or modeling tool, it's like you're not turning it on or off the bidirectional. So the results will show that you have an export on a certain circuit. And when we discussed this earlier, you had asked the question about the hosting capacity scenarios, right? Minimum load, a high generation condition. So every time we do interconnection studies, that's basically what we're looking at. And so that'll show a reverse power flow.
You want to add anything, Mr. Cruz? No. Okay. Okay. And then specifically, the companies are seeking clarification on whether it's a summary of the just the power produced or the netted export. Is that right?
Lucas Cruz for UI. Yes, and our request is to clarify on the scope of the analysis because, as Gerhard said, bidirectional load flow analysis is power flow analysis is something that is performed by the companies, but is this an analysis for the EDCs to estimate the output of all DRs because we do not have visibility of all DR's real output generation output. So it will be a combination of real data plus nameplate capacity. And that's the clarification that we are looking for.
Understood. And related to this topic, I'm curious whether OCC and CIEC have any input on what would be most helpful for their review of the IDSP. With the caveat that Mr. Cruz just provided about the necessity of making some estimations.
Sorry, Stephanie Beeler, RMI. I think that we're not looking for extreme detail. I think like a high level overview makes sense. So I think, yeah. Sorry. Does that answer your question?
Effectively, then I think, is it accurate then that OCC would accept showing the estimated impact of DERs as part of the load flow analysis?
Yeah, I think we want both power produce and net export.
Okay. Understood. Yeah, Attorney Goodman.
CIC would agree with that.
Okay. And then for the steady state analysis, Similar question here. The EDCs, if I understand the written comments, are looking to understand whether this would include investment plans for normal conditions, the 50/50 forecast versus the 90/10 or extreme conditions. And so my question for OCC and CIEC is, would it be useful for your review of the forecast, grid needs, and ultimately the solution selected to have both the 50/50 grid needs identified and investment plans identified as a comparator to the 90/10 more extreme conditions? Or would that be extraneous to your review of the IDSP?
I think the comparison would be helpful. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, we understand that like the extreme conditions are the ones that my understanding is are planned to. So I think those are the most important to show for the grid needs assessment, given that's what's going to trigger any sort of building or upgrades. So I guess, yeah, 50/50 would be nice to have, but if there's like a significant cost or complication, 90/10 is the most important.
Go ahead, Jack.
I'll be brief. CIC agrees with OCC.
Garrett Walker from, so sorry for the interruption there. Yeah, so that's correct. Ms. Beeler, the forecast that is planned to is the 90/10 weather forecast. And just so we're all on the same page, essentially what that refers to is when we, speaking again for Eversource, look at the last 10 years peaks, right? We pick 90/10 is the highest peak condition, 1 out of 10. Weather condition on the 3-day weighted average temperature humidity index. And that's what we would want to be planning to, right? 50/50 would mean that half of those events would be above that. And that's really not a condition we want to find ourselves in. So we are planning for the 90/10. And then I think the same discussion from there on goes on as we had before with the scenarios, right? Now you can create a forecast if that's just for the forecast purpose. Okay, so then you want to do a grid need assessment. Do you want to develop solutions to it, right? And I think for the 50/50, even more so than for the other scenarios, I would argue it's not really worth the effort to go through those because that's not planning standard in any jurisdiction that I'm aware of that we do 50/50.
Thank you. And in that case, then could you speak a little more to the extent to which the companies use the 50/50 as a comparator to the 90/10?
Well, for the system planning perspective, the 50/50 isn't used. It's mostly created, and I'm not the expert here, so take that with a massive caveat. For the sales and revenue forecasting teams, they look at the 50/50 as the middle of the road baseline when they look at their 5-year out sales and revenue forecasts.
Is that the case for UI as well, or a different practice?
Lucas Cruz for UI. Yes. So the 50/50, it's more, let's say, the weather normalized scenario. So we try to remove the impacts of the weather on the sales of the company. So we would be able to better see different trends in our historical sales data and also peak load demand data. And we, similar to Eversource, we also use just 90/10 extreme weather forecast to plan for the system. So if to our clarification request here is, and then going back to the discussion in the previous chapter, load forecast, the company doesn't see any value or need to develop capital plans for a 50/50 scenario because we are exposed to the 90/10 scenario. So the EDCs should plan for what we are exposed.
Understood. And then in that case, what is the role, if any, that the 50/50 forecast should play in the IDSP document?
I would say just informational role for what would be the trends normalized with weather data, but we have our SME here that could speak much better than Mike.
Hi, Mr. Kramer. Yeah, just to add on to what Dr. Walker said, for 50/50, in some of our jurisdictions, we have an obligation for supply to procure the supply. And 50/50 is our best expectation of what the peak will be next year. So when we're lining up supply contracts in New York, we use the 50/50. Same thing for internal budgeting purposes for the revenues. For distribution planning, and from my research, industry-wide, 90/10 is a standard. Some have even moved to a 95/5. But nowhere have I found for distribution planning and infrastructure investment, a 50/50 is used.
Thank you.
And Mr. Kramer, to answer the question and the purpose for this document, I think, right, again, from my perspective at least, we probably don't need it in this document other than informational purposes, right? It doesn't serve any purpose in developing the solutions. It's just that would be provided as informational. In other jurisdictions, again, we did not provide it. We simply stuck to the 90/10. And we had one base case scenario for the 10-year forecast, 90/10, a single value forecast. And then for the long-term assessments, I don't know, provide some 20-some different scenarios that we ran through with different inputs and variables on EVs and whatnot. But one 10-year forecast, 90/10, and that was it. So yeah, so mostly informational.
Does OCC or CIC want to comment any further on that?
Sure, just to react to that, and Claire Coleman, for Office of Consumer Counsel, and thanks to the Authority for Flexibility for allowing Tom and I to swap in and out, covering multiple meetings at once today. I mean, I think given UI's explanation and the fact that it's already done and the acknowledgement that it can be informational, it seems like it would add value just to provide that, you know, sort of baseline normalized information, even if it's not being used for the purpose of building out the IDSP. So, you know, our perspective is always the more the more information, the more you know, benchmarking and comparative points, the better. So if it's not cost prohibitive, and it doesn't sound like it is, given it's being done in other contexts, then we would still suggest including it.
CIC, oh, sorry.
Attorney Goodman, please.
Sorry. CIC would agree, just with the clarification that I had understood your question earlier to ask if, you know, we'd have an interest in seeing the information for comparative purposes, not for planning purposes. And that was what I'd responded to. So hearing, I think it was at least UI respond and like talk about it as not being something that is necessary for, you know, planning a solution. Just wanted to clarify what I was responding to earlier in case I misunderstood the question. But agree with what Attorney Coleman said in terms of the extent that it's not cost prohibitive in terms of the amount of additional work that would be needed. I think that it would provide useful information for comparative purposes, as discussed.
I think just want to add an UI to comment on whether that's the same for their end. For us, the 90/10 and 50/50 only impacts the trend or economic component of the forecast, right? So that's, there is no specific impact to step loads, to EV chargers, solar energy efficiency, et cetera. Those are all out of model adjustments. The only one that it would impact is the trend analysis. I just want to make sure that everybody, you know, and has the same expectations. So if we look at our last filing, the underlying economic growth component is relatively de minimis against everything else. So it's not that we're going to see here 50/50 is like a massive offset towards the 90/10, right? That's one component of the entire forecast that's impacted.
Yeah, I agree. Essentially two parallel lines, right? Just different levels. Maybe years down the road, with the advance of data analytics, we can get to a point to say, yeah, 90/10, the load shape looks like this, but nowhere in the industry that I'm aware of are we at that point yet.
Kevin Donnelly, UI, maybe, and this is just for sake of clarity, for probably my own or EDC understanding from what I'm hearing from Mr. Goodman, from Commissioner and Consumer Counsel Coleman. Informational and sort of nice to have, to use the word that you had mentioned, I think is always good. It's information. It's where that line crosses, which I think I just want to get some confirmation here, is how you utilize that. And if there's an expectation to what Dr. Walker said around completing analysis to get planning solutions, that will be much different. That takes it to another level that we don't have the current capabilities to do because we don't need to do them, I think is the difference, how to understand it. So if we could get that clarification for nice versus need, and then when you do provide it, if it's simply for informational, then there's an expectation there of how it will be utilized from the EDC standpoint. What exactly is the expectation for when we provide it? And so I think that's at least how I understand the clarification that would be helpful.
Understood, Mr. Donnelly. Okay, with that, that was my last question on the grid needs assessment. So unless there's anything further that any party would like to add about that section of the report, then we can move on to section 5 and solutions identification, evaluation, and selection. So I'll just take one moment to see if anyone wants to add anything on grid needs. Okay, I'll hand it over to Mr. Turk for some more questions.
Thank you. So the first question here is about the integration of the non-wire solutions process with the IDSP. Do the companies have any specific proposals to integrate the existing NWS evaluation process into IDSP development?
Lucas Cruz for UI. So generally speaking, the NWS process is already part of our planning process. Every time that we are evaluating alternatives for a system need, and when applicable, we also evaluate a non-wire solution or a non-wire alternative for that specific need, and we compare with the other alternatives, and then we select the preferred alternative. So it's, I would say that high level speaking, it's already embedded in the planning process.
Dave Glady, Eversource. Yeah, I would just, for Eversource, same thing. NWS is already built within our planning process for all of our projects today. So I wouldn't see any changes or anything we have to make special for this.
In that case, then I think there were some comments submitted by the EDCs regarding ensuring alignment, right? And making sure that we're not putting some sort of a requirement, a reporting requirement or expectation into the IDSP that's going to be at odds with the process that exists for non-wire solutions. And so to that end, I think Mr. Turk's question is also aimed at asking whether there are perceived, like real or perceived potential opportunities for misalignment with the non-wires process currently.
Gerhard
Dr.
Walker from
Walker,
Eversource. I left a bit too early, probably. I didn't know the non-wires was going to be the first topic. So I think one thing to note, right, going back to what we mentioned earlier, kind of the timeline of creation of the IDSP, from forecast created in, let's call it year 1, then solution design in year 2, then we go into the non-wires that get files. So putting any non-wires discussion as it pertains to the process into the IDSP is always by default going to be outdated, right? So the best you're going to get is the filing of the year prior, the non-wires filing of the year prior, which will then have already run its course in the non-wires docket, right? You will have gone through the process monitor, through the stakeholder engagement, and through the authority's decision in August of the year. So you're going to be behind in the IDSP. So maybe the report includes in the current state of the system, right? How many projects went in, a very brief summary. That's information we have. from the non-wire stock, like how many went in, how many went out to RFP, how many got it, very briefly from the previous years. But looking into the actively going process is going to be more or less impossible due to the time alignments of the creation of the IDSP and the non-wires process moving forward on an annual basis, right? You're always going to be playing catch up there. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah,
At least a little bit.
Yeah, Stephanie Beeler, RMI. I think we were envisioning the non-wire solution section of this as being more plans for future non-wire solutions, as this is looking 5 years, 10 years out. So identifying areas that could be potentially considered in the future for non-wire solutions, as opposed to what's getting procured that year. Again, I think that is relevant for current state of the system. But we envision this more of like a long-term look at non-wire solution procurements and looking further out and what solutions are considered for those further out investments.
So, and Garrett Walker from Eversource. I think I understand the concept, but I think that's going to be a bit challenging with the proposed and the functioning non-wires process as it is today, right? Because there's a procurement process involved where the companies go out to bid, and it's structured through the process monitor who does all of the reviews. So for the companies to bypass that process and propose items on projects that haven't been defined yet and thus not entered in the non-wires process, bypasses that established process with the process monitor. So any need that gets identified through the step 4 on the annual planning cycle goes through the non-wires review process. And so I don't know what else we can do, what else we can find, except that every project already goes through that process.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're looking for procurement to already have taken place. Again, often where this is done in planning is you identify locations that are eligible for non-wire solution. You can go through any screening criteria that are relevant is a part of the planning process. And then again, it can be identified as there will be additional analysis done or additional procurement that's going to be happening and considered.
Sure, Claire Coleman, OCC. Just to add to that, I mean, I think where the sort of forward-looking non-wire solutions is helpful to incorporate. I think we this is a planning process, so thinking about where there's system enhancement opportunities, and part of that, comes from the non-wire solutions. I think, I understand the timing concerns, but I'm also concerned it's conflating sort of what's getting approved when, and the IDSP is a planning document. So even if something hasn't been approved, if the company's in development and knows that it's going to be an integral part of, the system planning, it seems appropriate to fold in, despite the fact that it hasn't yet gone through the full NWS approval process.
To some extent agreed, but any project that's identified, any need that's identified by the company, once it is identified, goes through the process. So there isn't really going to be anything that's not in the process that we could put in additional into that. And then for projects that enter the process and are, say, the authority decides that these go to RFP, putting information outside of an official RFP process into documents that help vendors that might have access to, might be monitoring that, or there's just information to a bid outside of the official bidding process. So I'm a bit hesitant on starting to mix these two processes up, right? There's a very well-established process that we spent 2 years on here discussing the non-wires process, and reporting out on metrics on that. I think it's a fair game, like how many projects within, what was reviewed by the process monitor. The process monitor is drafting those reports and is making the recommendations, and all of that can be folded in. But going above and beyond that, there are no more projects, right? We submit all the projects we have to the process monitor in those 3 categories. And then on projects that aren't submitted to the process monitor, well, they don't exist in that case, but even on projects that are submitted to the process monitor, putting information above and beyond what that process monitor already has out, potentially prior to an RFP process that started, seems, I don't know what the legal term for that is, but right, if we start communicating on other bid procurements and RFPs outside of the official process, it gets a bit complicated. So just cautioning on that part.
So then it sounds, is it the case that the companies don't currently see a misalignment between the proposed IDSP and the existing non-wires process, save for the timing discrepancy that you identified, Dr. Walker? And therefore, the alignment is more of a question of reporting out on what is taking place in the annual year 0808 docket.
So let's let me try this with an example again, right? It's January of year 0, and we do our first filing in February. So all the need that was identified in that year, based on the prior year forecast, right? So year -1, the forecast was created. We do our engineering analysis study, we report. That all goes into the non-wires process. Every project that we know of that fits into those 3 categories. So if in the same, say we file in Q1 the IDSP, if in the same instance you file the IDSP, there is no other projects we can identify, right? There isn't anything that has happened. Now, if the forecast comes out and we decide to do this in December, right, the IDSP file, I'm making up dates here, then that's the same filing we're putting in January again, or first week of February for the non-wires process, right? So there is never going to be an incremental set of projects above and beyond what goes into the non-wires process. And so when we talk about projects, right, in the solution design, in the IDSP, it'll depend on what stage they're in, and either the solution, the need will say this is the need that's been identified, is currently undergoing non-wires review with the process, right? Has been identified for RFP bid, and we can give a status on that. Or if it has been pushed out of the process, again, by the process monitor, then the engineering solution can be discussed in that. But that's the only 3 options that really exist.
I think I have my answer there. Would anyone like to comment further on integration of non-wires with the IDSP? All right, Mr. Turk, I'm going to hand it back to you.
1 second. So first question here is really for OCC. We're going to get into least regrets planning and needs, and I think it would just be helpful first for you to define it for everyone. I know you've done it in written comments in the past, but I think it would just be helpful for this discussion.
Yep, 1 sec, just pulling it up.
Hi, Claire Coleman with OCC. I actually think the straw proposal captures the sentiment really well, which is just to make sure we're prioritizing solutions that carry the lowest risk of bad outcomes, sort of the things we want to avoid, and then ensuring that investments that are robust under various uncertainties and load growth, technology policy, and other factors. We don't envision this as sort of a strict, specific scenario, but sort of a broader analysis to make sure that we're not underbuilding and therefore not preparing for the grid needs of the future, I guess. Not sure if I articulated that any better. Anything to add, Stephanie?
Yeah, so least regrets has been described, I think it was initially brought up by the Department of Energy in their assessment on best practices for distribution planning. It means choosing a solution that results in the lowest possible probability of a negative outcome. So again, a solution with the least regrets possible, not lowest bill or anything like that, just minimizing the possibility of a negative outcome, whether or not that's overspending or causing harm to the grid in any way, balancing those different components.
Thank you. Yeah, I think just to dig into this a little more, I'm curious how you would foresee the utilities incorporating that mindset in their planning process, and thinking specifically around if they have multiple scenarios, the three, I think, is as they proposed in one of their tables, how that would then be incorporated into this idea of a least regrets approach.
So to me, the scenarios provide bounds and understanding of the degree of uncertainty, especially as we're thinking about adoption of different demand side technologies, so electric vehicles, distributed energy resources. So understanding what could happen in, for example, a higher level of EV adoption or lower level of EV adoption, same with DERs, I think helps provide, I guess, bounds on that. In terms of least regrets for solution selection, I think we were really thinking of the scenarios more in terms of the forecast. I don't know that incorporating them into every single solution selection makes sense. For least regret solution selection for the base scenario, I think the goal there is to provide a comparison to the other solutions that were considered, whether or not that's a non-wire solution, alternative build-outs, a load transfer, explaining why those solutions were not chosen. Having those different options presented can help us with understanding why the EDCs made the decision that they did.
Thank you. And yeah, to get a little more concrete here, and this might not be a helpful example, but just curious to get your reactions. Considering a grid need were identified for a substation nearing its capacity to EV-driven growth, under a least regrets approach, how might the EDCs weigh different transformer sizing options based on their forecasting? For example, choosing the next largest transformer up versus potentially building to allow future load growth.
Okay, I see what you mean. So your thinking there is that potentially those scenarios could play in for like the right sizing of the transformer? Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense as a consideration. Again, I think this gets back to the proactive investments where it's helpful to identify how likely it is that the EV adoption is going to be at the level that's expected, which will be important to consider when developing the scenario. So if we have a scenario that has a higher level of EV adoption, but we don't think it's very likely, I think that should mean that you're not necessarily going to want to upgrade this substation to overbuild. So I guess likelihood and prospective benefits to customers are the other things that should be considered when making that decision.
Yes, Dr. Walker.
Walker, Eversource. And I think I just want to caution on this one, right? So we're talking about a very relatively short forecast horizon. I don't think that different EV scenarios are going to be impactful here on design of solutions. Mostly we use standardized equipment, and Mr. Martinez can probably comment on what the standard equipment sizes are. This is where we brought in the long-term demand assessment, right? This is, I think, where this is more impactful, and this is what we're looking at in other jurisdictions as well, is that the 10-year forecast, the base forecast, triggers an investment. And then on the design of the solution, and this is something we're proposing given timely and adequate recovery mechanisms, that we say, okay, instead of developing just for the 10-year scenario with our standard equipment, we take a look to 2050 and say, what are the different scenarios that we're aiming for? What are the policy objectives? And which one of those should we utilize when we design the solution? So, for example, when you build a new substation, you procure a slightly larger property to have enough room to expand in the future. Or you provision a third or a fourth transformer bank and all of that information. You don't have to build it now, but you just have to make those decisions consciously when you're designing the solution that you are ready for those future upgrades. I think that's where the long-term demand assessment comes in. That's a much more impactful tool because it has a way longer outlook than the 10-year forecast and provides all of those policy objectives that are being driven by the state.
Yes, Ms. Beal.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree. And I do think those scenarios, even 10 years out, there's a certain degree of uncertainty once we're 10 years out, can help inform that. I think this is where cost effectiveness assessments can be helpful in identifying which solution is the best because it can allow you to compare the outcomes of building for that larger or one scenario versus another and can help inform that decision-making process.
A quick follow-up for Dr. Walker actually on that situation. Sure. So just trying to get at what then, or would it be possible, or I guess what the incremental lift would be to compare two of those scenarios that you just referenced? So in one case, the solution that would be planned to looking only 10 years out versus one that you might incorporate the 25 or 30-year forecast, one of the long-term assessments, using those scenarios. So can you just add a little color to if there could be a side-by-side comparison when assessing the prudency of those two options?
Not 100% sure I understand the question. Let me give a shot, and if you need to correct me on that, feel free to. So I want to quickly go a little, take it step back to what I said earlier on the long-term demand assessment, right? When we look at different scenarios, so I'm going to take the charge management as one example, right? Again, if we have the base forecast and we do a charge management scenario, my recommendation is that that's going to be a long-term scenario to 2050. Doing that for the 10-year and using it as a baseline on the 10-year comparison isn't going to affect anything in this scenario where you're trying to plan the system to 2050. Right? What you want to look at is that's the 2050 values or the 2055 if you're doing a 30-year value. So we have to figure out what those long-term scenarios are, the 2050, 2055 scenarios. And that's where we're also in the document saying that's where we're really looking for stakeholder input, especially from the policymakers, especially from the legislative side of the state. Say, what do you want to achieve? How are we going to achieve this? We can run different scenarios on the long-term assessment, provide that bit of a back as a mirror and say, like, if you do it this way, that's the load. If you do it this way, that's what it's going to be. And then we have to decide which one that is, that if we utilize the long-term demand assessment to do these incremental investments on every project we do, that's the one we're going to go against. And this is where I think the discussion then with the stakeholders comes in to say, like, what's the 2050 most likely scenario? What do the stakeholders think? We'll collect that input, and that then can be above the base case forecast. But then if once you have that, and I'm going to call the charge management scenario, right? There is no point on doing a 10-year comparison because you're comparing, it's a moot point. It doesn't yield you any information because the 10 years, what triggers it, that's removed of all policy discussions, right? That's just the known knowns on the forecast. It's the step loads. That's what we're seeing on the ground. That triggers the project. And once you have to do a project because you know you have the capacity, then you look at the long-term policy objectives and say, okay, if I'm going there to build a substation anyways, how do I make sure that I don't have to build a second one next to it in 15 or 20 years? And that's where I think those scenarios come in really well. Mr. Martinez?
Juan Martinez, Eversource. I think the challenge with least regret is the actual definition. Getting it back to the original conversation, EDCs currently have a capital approval process. We do review alternatives in many aspects, right? The technical part of it, the constructability part of it, the environmental point of view, right? So we have experts within the EDC that review every aspect of that, right? And that's how we come up with the preferred solution out of alternatives, right? So when we say least regret, we really don't know what that means. What will be a least regret compared to our existing process, which will continue. What is the difference with least regret when we already have a process that actually does that already?
So, I mean, maybe it's simply a terminology issue, and you've heard the definitions or two forms of the definition even provided for what OCC is suggesting is a least regrets decision-making approach. So is it Eversource's position that you currently do least regrets decision-making by evaluating alternatives for certain projects?
In part, yes, we do. We do a least regrets analysis for some projects, but, and I'll give you an example, right? Because there is no least regret definition. Let's say I plan a substation.
I'm sorry, I just have to stop you right there, but there were definitions provided, right? So my question is, do those definitions represent the decision-making process that the company currently asks, or the currently undertakes, excuse me?
Correct, sorry for that. Not in the entirety. And the reason is we might propose, as a preferred solution, we might propose a project that does not align with that definition just because, let's say, environmental reasons, right? We might propose a project that is, out of different solutions, we might propose a project that has more environmental benefits, let's call it. And that might be more costly, but, you know, based on all the inputs from from our internal process, that's what we chose as a preferred solution. And it might not necessarily align with that least regret solution definition.
Okay, thank you. You want to respond?
Sure. Claire Coleman, I just wanted to clarify that I don't think we see this as a, it's not a replacement to the full capital planning that you just articulated. It's sort of complementary to make sure that, at any one investment's, going to be beneficial in multiple different scenarios. So I don't want to, it's comparative, I guess, for lack of, I don't want to confuse the definitions further, but it's not replacement.
Garrett Walker on them. I think that's exactly what we're achieving with the proposal of taking the look at those long-term objectives, right? I understand the concept of doing multiple scenarios, even on the 10 years, but the 10 years are in all cases going to be superseded by your long-term impacts. Right? If we do go down this path of electrification, if that is the objectives here, the impacts on the 10-year horizon are smaller than those on the 2050, especially as we transition to a winter peaking system. So again, my recommendation is the same. We have the 10-year base forecast. We're going to stick to that one. We can provide information on a 50-50 if that's needed, but the stakeholder input on different scenarios should be focused on the long-term assessment to figure out where does the state want to go? What are the long-term objectives? And nobody's going to trigger a project based on a need identified in 2045, right? It's too far out. It's way too vague. But if there's a need based on the known knowns and the 10-year forecast, and we are doing an investment into the system, the companies are proposing to establish a mechanism, given that there is the recovery to recover that incremental cost, to evaluate those projects exactly as Ms. Coleman just mentioned, to look at all of those long-term scenarios and say which one's the most likely or which solution can address the most of those long-term scenarios so that we are set up the best. But the trigger point for the project remains the 10-year forecast. That triggers. And when we do the work, then we take a look at how do we design the work.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Dr. Walker, for cleaning up the mess that I left with the question. Point well taken, and I think just a quick follow-up on that piece. So understanding that the grid needs will still be identified using this base forecast, and it is more in the solution design that the long-term forecast, long-term demand assessments come into play. Is there then an ability to look at two or multiple solutions and ask, like you just hinted at, which of these meets the most of those, or to say what would be the incremental cost of choosing a solution that supports a high electrification future versus medium? Is that cost comparison something that would be possible in the solution identification phase?
So I think, right, conceptually, the idea is, yeah, I'm going to make up an example again, just we have something. So if you identify a 5 megawatt need in the next 10 years, we do our standard substation upgrades, right? 62.5 MVA transformers, you're suddenly creating 55 MVA of headroom. The long-term demand assessments we can run with the stakeholders, different scenarios, and let's say they range anywhere from 50 megawatts incremental to 100. Now you can choose to not do anything else because you've just created 55 and the lowest end is 55 and the highest end would require you to provision additional capacity. And I think that's the discussion that then can be had, is to say, okay, which one of those scenarios on the long-term demand assessment is the one that the companies use to, if needed, to redesign, to add incremental capacity to a solution that we're designing anyways. But yeah, so there's going to be a wide range. And what we've seen in Massachusetts in the filing is that we've done a handful of scenarios, and they vary in the end state about 20% of total load, right? That's about what you can get between EV charging and load management. That's a comfortable assumption in there.
Great. And I, apologize if I just am not hearing it and keep coming back to it, but within those wide range of scenarios, is it possible to compare the cost impacts of sizing to the high end of that range versus medium or low?
Yeah. Well, I'm then going to have to defer to Mr. Martinez, but if he has to design a different solution for 20 different long-term scenarios, right? Possible is everything. It's just incremental time and resources.
Juan Martinez, Eversource. And is, to answer that question, it is a project by project review, basically. We might do that for some projects where maybe we see the area growing more and we will analyze a solution that's even more long-term and just have it as an alternative and know what it is. But to develop a cost estimate that could be compared to a preferred solution for a range of other alternatives, it is basically additional effort equal to the effort of developing the original solution or the preferred solution to begin with.
Thank you. Okay. Next question here is on the thresholds for alternative analyses. So the straw proposal uses a $1 million cost threshold for requiring alternative analysis. Do stakeholders support this cutoff? And I guess I'll stop there first. So a $1 million cost threshold, is that appropriate?
Walker from Eversource. Just very quickly, I have to admit, I wasn't 100% paying attention to that question. The question is whether the 1 million threshold is sufficient for the non-virus cutoff or the alternative evaluation cutoff?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think to reiterate the company's position, right, we'd gone into the discussion with a 3 million cutoff. That's what we've historically been using. That's what we use in other jurisdictions. The balance is always between screening more projects and the ability to actually find viable ones, right? You have more effort. And the chances of, and if you look at like other jurisdictions nationally, all the notable non-virus solutions are on the high dollar end, right? So we'd love to see a higher level, 1 million, okay, but definitely not lower.
Yep, I think we are okay with the 1 million. I think we're just trying to be conscientious of whether or not it's overkill and trying to be as effective with that screening process as possible. So as mentioned, in other jurisdictions, 3 million might be a little higher, but we understand if we want to just align with the non-virus solutions docket overall.
Kevin Donnelly from UI. And perhaps this will be an opportunity to talk a little bit about what's probably to still come. Defining what capital investments are we really talking about in terms of that $1 million applying to, and what the IDSP plan covers and what it doesn't cover. I think about them as distribution system plan or grid needs. So what is it on the distribution grid that are investments for capacity or reliability, resilience? We've talked about more on the DER interconnection space a lot today, and what that looks like. There's a lot of other capital investments that the companies both make and need to make, and our comments, the EDC comments, talk a lot about that. Again, I'm probably getting ahead of myself for the investment plan section, but in terms of the threshold for what is it that we're looking at, helpful to define the subset of capital investment of a larger capital plan that expectation is and that it would apply to.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. We will, we'll move to that next in the investment plan section. Any further questions? All right. Unless there's any other comments on the solutions identification, evaluation and selection, we're going to move next to investment plans. So a moment for speaking now or holding your peace. Okay. We'll move then into section 6 of the straw proposal, looking at investment plans. And here I'll open up with a question. The EDC's written comments on page 42 suggest that the language here is vague, and I'm curious what specific additional detail or specificity the EDCs seek.
Kevin Donnelly, UI, I'll start. I'm sure there'll be others who have some insight as well to help clarify broader concept. And I've mentioned this a few times today. Conceptually, when we think about capital plans, capital needs, a portion of that are grid investment needs. And within that, there are a lot of activities that we've been discussing for influences by load forecasts and so on. I won't rehash. As far as though a broader sense, very, very simple, kind of like core principles. All capital needs a way to be funded in terms of from a utility perspective. REO 1's got a lot of this laid out. I'll defer in a moment probably to Mr. Hurwitz on our side to talk more about mechanically how does this work. But we need a path for recovery on all capital investment. And so this concept of vagueness is more around what do we do for the capital that isn't necessarily identified here, that is proactively planned, but isn't related to the grid itself. Simple example I would think of as like a billing system as a need that's going forward is helping to better understand what we see as a roadmap is really focused on grid needs, but broader context, there's a capital investment plan that has consideration, some of which is proactively planned and discussed already, some of which is proactively planned like facilities, fleet, billing system, IT needs that hasn't been discussed or doesn't have a home. And then others that are more unplanned and emergent historic averages. We know REO 1 talks a lot about a mechanism to handle those, would be appropriate for establishing a funding mechanism for those types of break fix, storm repair, and so on. So I'm gonna just perhaps pause there. If it's appropriate now, I'd like to be able to talk more about how we can get this to fit in with the larger view of REO 1 and how it gets incorporated for IDSP to fund into the revenue funding mechanism that's been decided, really described in REO 1.
Yeah, let's hold that thought. I think helpful to hear those examples of capital investments that you guys identified that perhaps don't have a home in the IDSP. Does Eversource want to elaborate on that, or does that capture the company's position as well on the vague and additional specificity that's requested for the investment plan section?
I mean, I think I would generally agree with what Kevin as he walked through it. Yeah, I don't think I would elaborate too much more.
Okay. I guess as a follow-up then to that question, is it the case then that the companies seek clarification on the investment plans relative just to those that category of items not, or capital investments not necessarily contemplated in the IDSP that you listed off, like billing system, maybe other software upgrades, things. Is that the piece that is the core of the clarification that the company is seeking?
It's a big aspect of it, but not all of it. So as I mentioned already, the different aspects of investment, but also what the expectations and standards, I'm just looking at our own comments using the exact same words for sake of clarity on page 42 of what really would the IDSP require for the investment plan itself. We think about it, I'm just going to speak in terms of UI because we're in the middle of our ongoing rate case. It's a good example to point to and give as examples what we've submitted in the UI rate case. And correct me if I go wrong, is it CIP Exhibit 4 or 5? One of those?
Both of them.
Both of those?
Or two.
Those would be the basis, the foundation of what we would envision providing for the grid needs assessment plus the other capital investments that we've identified as planned and needed for future investment, fleet facilities, IT, billing systems, and so on. Additionally, the capital that is more based on historic averages, use simple ones like storm repair as a good easy one to put your head around, minor storms, that is. And Mr. Hurwitz, I don't know if you had anything further you want to add?
No, I'll just elaborate a little further. As Mr. Donnelly said, all capital must be funded, regardless of whether it's planned or unplanned, proactive or reactive, what have you. We understand from the revised straw proposal in REO1 that the CT bar mechanism contemplates, and this is going to be my paraphrase, but I'm attempting to describe my understanding of the revised straw proposal, that you begin by studying the historical average of all plant additions made by the utility, and then you use that historical average as the baseline for what you expect going forward. But then you say, hey, wait a minute, for some portion of the company's investments, we have better, different information than that historical average. And specifically, it's that portion that's covered by the IDSP. And as we described in, I think, these written comments, our response to UPA 82 and REO1 and potentially a couple of other places, what we've put forth is the idea of proactive work, planned work counts as IDSP, and reactive or unplanned work is outside the scope of the IDSP. And it's not 100% clear that to me at least, that comports with all of these types of things that we were talking about. For example, to use the billing system example or the computer example, those are planned proactive capital projects that a company must undertake to continue providing service to customers, but it's not clear to me how they would benefit from a 90-10 load forecast as compared to a 50-50 load forecast. And so I think if our major point number one is that all capital must be funded regardless of its nature, major point number two, I think, is we've proposed proactive work being what is within the scope of the IDSP. I think point number three then would be that we'd hope for some recognition that based on the types of proactive work, there's going to be different levels of all of these things based on the nature of the work in question. And so I think when we say it's the straw proposal in REO3 was vague, I think there is some specific vague language, but this isn't just a cosmetic thing where we're harping on a footnote here or a word there. I think we're trying to fit all of the puzzle pieces together in a way that's going to make PBR workable for the utilities and the customers of Connecticut. And I don't mean to relitigate the motion or ask you to comment any further on that, but I think that that's kind of what we were getting at and asking to talk about the interrelationships between the reopeners, is making sure that we understand how what is in and outside the scope of the IDSP comports with the design of the CT bar mechanism in REO1, and how the goodness or badness of that fit, to talk kind of not super precisely, would then set the company up to deliver the types of performance expectations being established in REO2. So I do see this reference to vague language, and I don't remember page 42 of our written comment specifically, but I think that's really the gist of what we're getting at, is trying to line up the capital investments between the reopeners and make sure that we understand the home for all the different things the utility is required to do.
Understood. Thank you. I think for the purposes of our discussion, at least the next set of questions here, I'd like to focus on the IDSP, what is included in the IDSP straw proposal. And I think a connection from some of the comments from UI to my next question here is that there are different categories of investments that The EDCs have put forward, OCC's put forward some other ideas. CIC has also put forward ideas about how we would identify different categories of investment for the investment plan section. And I think a challenge before the authority is to figure out what makes the most sense among these different proposals. So maybe just to start, I am wondering if the EDCs could start by suggesting that, let me ask this way. The three categories that the EDCs propose are IDSP investments, non-IDSP investments, and partial IDSP investments. And they're described on page 43 of the written comments that the EDC submitted. And is it the case that these three categories cover all grid investments, or all investments that you would expect to report in the IDSP?
Kevin Donnelly from UI. So parse words, because I think this is where we're struggling a little bit and just as helpful. Grid is the operative word, and grid investments is a specific definition of what exactly are we referring to with a system plan. And I think, at least from my understanding of it and just conversations we've been having amongst the EDCs, is the IDSP as a system plan strives to lay out what the grid system investment needs are and have an opportunity for understanding with right down the list, the stakeholder engagement, the load forecast, the needs assessment, the solution analysis around grid investments to understand where that plan is going to take really the future of the performance of the system. And what we identified in our definition, the EDC's definition of IDSP, was really around this concept of what's proactively planned, a portion of which are grid system investment needs. And other proactively planned investment needs are more to run the business. We identified them again, the billing system, the IT, the fleet facilities, and so on. Separate from that are those other two categories. Those which are not proactively planned, they're reactive in nature. We can look to history to help inform what we would expect levels of investment need to be. And that will fluctuate over time, but we would be looking towards history. It's been suggested that be a 4-year average in REL1, and you come up with a number. And then that partial IDSP, there will be categories that have grid investment associated with it that are somewhat proactive and somewhat reactive. Mr. Cruz can give us better examples of those, and I'm sure others that across the table from me can as well. But there are aspects like new customer connections. Some is reactive, some is proactive. When we know we've gotten load sheets in and we're looking at what a interconnection request is, that is IDSP proactive. There's also ones that show up and we don't have any insight of it, but they're there at our door. We have an obligation to serve. That's reactive work. And you would be looking towards your historical average to help fund what that investment would need. Does that help clarify, Mr. Kramer?
Somewhat. However, as I'm looking back at the definitions of the three categories the EDCs propose, IDSP investments, non-IDSP investments, and partial IDSP investments, the definition of the IDSP investments that the companies include on page 43 also includes that other category that I think earlier you said did not have a home. Technology, IT, facilities, fleet, as it's written here, is meant to be included in the IDSP investments category. Am I reading that right?
Correct. Conceptually, the way we had anticipated the discussion and thinking about it is the IDSP as referenced in REL1, which again is sort of our struggle here to mechanically make all of this work and hold together, IDSP, as referenced in REO 1, is around the proactive plan additions that you expect to need in your next rate case, let's say over that 4-year multi-year rate plan. And that's going to define a portion of the revenue funding mechanism. Another portion is going to be that historic average. And collectively, that will set a level of revenue to allow the companies to make the investments that are necessary and have a reasonable opportunity to earn their allowed return. Because of that, what we've thought around is this IDSP is kind of like a larger capital investment plan, is maybe more what it is, a section of which, or a big majority of which, is the actual system plan itself. But mechanically, for how it is to be utilized with the REO 1 formula and setting of the revenue adjustment mechanism, it seems like it really needs to be broader. It's a broader and capital investment plan that feeds REO 1 in order to define that level of revenue. In which case it needs to include the other categories that are mentioned here that are necessary to run the business, that are not dependent on or appropriate to utilize an historic average of planned additions to forecast a funding level.
And maybe this will help, or maybe reveal I'm continuing to miss what you're getting at. But I think, as Mr. Donnelly just described, our intention was for these 3 categories together, IDSP, non-IDSP, and partial, to include the whole. Every investment gets filtered into one of these 3 categories. But as Mr. Donnelly just described, the challenge, I think, in answering your question is it's kind of like a Venn diagram, because there are things in the IDSP investment category, as we've spelled it out on page 43, that are going to be, I think, outside of your use of the term grid. Like Mr. Donnelly used the example of a customer billing system. It was important to us that that get captured as proactive, because a historical average for that type of investment isn't going to make sense, right? That's the kind of thing you only do once in a long while. And so using a historical average for a lot of years where you never did it isn't, like, it doesn't make sense. But conversely, I think there are things that as a utility we have to do to continue operating the grid that fall within the non-IDSP bucket, as we put here, like pole hits, right? If someone drives their car into a pole, we have to fix it, even though that's not part of proactively planning the grid. And so I think I don't mean to keep like beating around the bush of your question, but I think this is genuinely our struggle, is how do we fit all of the puzzle pieces together?
Understood. I'm curious if CIEC or OCC want to comment, given that you've also proposed categories for the investment plans. And one of the things that stands before us, like I said, is to try to put the pieces together from the various proposals.
Sure, I can start for OCC, Claire Coleman. I think we do have some concern with overloading the IDSP with these capital and business planning type processes and expenses that don't directly relate to the core purpose of distribution system planning. And I understand the challenge and concern of wanting to make sure these all weave and feed into each other, but this document is not designed for purposes of establishing a revenue requirement or establishing prudency, or and I don't want us to conflate those goals, and the EDCs feel like they have to load this up with everything because it's going to somehow impact the framework we're designing in REO 1. I mean, obviously this flows into that, but its primary purpose is for planning. And if we build in too much information regarding non-planning aspects, just, the business as usual or the back office type stuff, for example, we fear that will cloud out the purpose and the focus on planning. And I see how some clarification on those specific types of investments that the EDCs will have to include, can be helpful. And, I think Mr. Kramer, you pointed out, we did suggest a couple different categories that really focus on the distribution system planning aspect, safety and reliability, the proactive grid planning is, I think, really the core of this. So I'll stop there and see if Ms. Beeler or Jay want to say anything.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Ms. Coleman said, that we view this as an objective planning process that can be used to inform the rate case and any policymaking decisions, but we don't see this as the thing that is going to one-for-one inform exactly what goes into a rate case. So I think there are changes, there's timing, there are going to be unplanned investments that will need to be in a rate case that we don't see as being a part of this planning process, and we don't want to see this turn into a contested budgeting process. We want it to remain an objective planning process. So I think the categories we recommended, we tried to pull from the different investments that we're seeing in the grid needs assessment section, so that the investments can kind of be correlated with what was identified in the grid needs assessment.
I think for CIC, we're looking at it more from a just purely informational kind of ease of use, what can you get out of it kind of perspective. So as a starting point, kind of a foundational point, it's helpful to be able to refer to something that says, this is the capital budget. It can have several different buckets, IDSP, non-IDSP, however you want to slice and dice it, but at least see this is the whole thing. The IDSP can then say there's a particular chunk of that we're focusing within this document, if that's ultimately what it turns out to be or not, but at least as a starting point, you see the whole picture of what that capital plan in its entirety for the company would look like, even if, again, within the IDSP, we're going to be looking at a subset of that. I think that would be useful to include in the IDSP, partly as like a roadmap, as in you are here and you can see the whole picture. In terms of the categories that CIC had recommended in the comments in terms of how the investments could be broken down and presented, again, that's more for informational purposes. It's kind of like just sorting the information, and depending on how you sort the information, each different grouping can have a different purpose or utility. For example, if you're looking at categorizing the capital investments by IDSP or non-IDSP, that will tell you something about how much of that overall capital investment plan is represented by the IDSP. Or if you're doing it by system, for example, investment by transmission system, substation, distribution, or secondary, primary, however you bucket it, again, you can look over time to see how much of the investment is going into different systems, how's that changing over time. So each different way, I think you sort it according to those categories, it's informative and useful. Understanding that you could probably come up with endless variations on that. I think there's probably a discrete number that are probably most important, and we try to suggest what that group would be. But again, from our perspective, we're looking more like just from ease of use, kind of categorizing information so we have it to understand and see trends and what's driving investment, where and why. And the risk of being repetitive, just again, like to the extent that any of that might be deemed not relevant for the IDSP, it's still helpful within the IDSP to have that overarching, roadmap of this is what the total capital plan is and what's covered by the document, so that it helps to orient the reader, especially for stakeholders like CIEC, where we try to follow along. But in terms of getting into like the real nitty gritty of system planning and some of the capital projects, that kind of help of the, you are here, here's where the next steps are, is very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Maybe just one quick comment, if I could, Kevin Donnelly. When we talk about IDSP, non-IDSP, and partial IDSP, those are 30,000-foot macro level categories. Clearly within what we had been describing as, I'm going to differentiate grid IDSP from business investment needs that are part of this report for the IDSP, we would have further breakdowns based, I think, very similar to the way the OCC described, based upon grid needs. In UI's terminology for what we filed in our rate case exhibits that I mentioned prior, and I think it was CIP 4 and 5, it would be high-level categories that are like customer and resilience or reliability, there's maybe 4 or 5 other ones that are not coming to mind, but there's this categorization and breakdown that you could get down, as Mr. Goodman, as you were saying, to levels of understanding. How much investment is within the grid need is being driven towards meeting reliability, driven towards meeting resilience, or customer focused with mandated investment as well. Just to, hopefully that clarifies a bit.
Thank you. I had one other question on the investment categories, and I do want to move on to some other topics in the investment plan section. Is it fair to say that the companies included these categories like customer service technology, IT systems, facilities, fleet in the IDSP investments category, not necessarily because it's it's technically the right home for them, but because you were seeking a place to put it for cost recovery? I mean, I'm describing no intention, no ill intent certainly, but just that they're here, these categories that you earlier commented as being separate from grid investments, but necessary to run the business, are here in this category now for the purposes of ensuring that there is a cost recovery mechanism for them, and not necessarily because this is the right place for them to be included. Is that the company's position?
I'll start and then invite my colleagues to add on. I see where you're going, and I don't know that I disagree. I might characterize what we're trying to do here as it's like asking, how do you cook good food? And there's a lot of different ways that you could do that. And I think over the course of these 3 reopeners and even the predecessor docket, we've all kind of learned about the direction that we're headed. And I think, Ms. Coleman, I agree with a lot of your comments earlier, but I think one thing you said I unfortunately disagree with is you said you don't understand that IDSB is designed for purposes of setting the revenue requirement. And up until about 3 months ago, I would have agreed with you. But I think my challenge is the link has been drawn for us. The revised straw proposal in REO1 says that our capital funding mechanism is going to be directly linked to the outcome of IDSP. And so I do agree with you, Mr. Kramer. Based on that comment, we then, not that we weren't doing this already, but we made sure that every capital investment had an appropriate home. And so it seemed like, based on the direction of the straw proposal in REO3 and some of the words that were said about REO3 and REO1 and some of the language in the straw proposal, that the intention for IDSP is for it to capture proactive investments. And so we said, all right, we'll take that, we'll run with it, but we're just going to observe that proactively planned investments includes more than, as Mr. Donnelly just said, just strictly grid investments. There are things that we plan and we do on a regular basis, like IT, like fleet, like all of the things that you mentioned that are proactively planned, but they're outside of the strictly core grid investments. And so I think you're right that this is coming from a place of trying to make sure that everything has a home. I don't know that I see there ever being a perfectly right or wrong answer. So I think sort of it's the end of your question. I don't know that I could agree that this isn't right, but I'm kind of rambling, but I think you see where I'm going, and all for my colleagues to add.
That's helpful. And I think then I do want to, just for the sake of time, keep us moving on. And I think that there's lots more to unpack still in investment plans here. So earlier, Mr. Donnelly, you identified the exhibit UI CIP4 from UI's current rate case, which is docket number 241004, as a format that could be used for the supplemental filing proposed in the straw proposal. I guess first question is, OCC and CIC, have you seen that exhibit in docket 241004? Yes, I'm seeing nodding heads. And to Eversource, have you also seen exhibit UICIP 4 in docket 241004?
I don't think we have.
Okay. Then to OCC and CIEC, question is, does this format, could this potentially be a format or something in the direction towards the supplemental filing that was contemplated in the STAR proposal to have detailed backup for the investment plan section.
Hi, Tom Wheel from OCC. I hesitate to answer that specific question just because this rate case is still pending and we're going to have thoughts on similar ideas in our brief. But I will say, I also wonder if CIP 6 might be a more appropriate exhibit, because that's the support for the planned plant, as opposed to CIP 4 is the support for the plant that's already in service. But I do think that that kind of exhibit, so for people who haven't seen it, both CIP 4 and CIP 6 show internal project authorization forms from within the Avangrid capital planning process. They show what I think of as change orders, what Avangrid calls IP4 documents, which show kind of the extent to which a project has changed over time between the initial approval and when it rolls into service. And I think most helpfully, there are sometimes, but not always, sort of overview documents that describe at least from my lesser brain, non-engineer brain, easy to understand narratives explaining the necessity for the project, what alternatives were considered. Sometimes photographs are super helpful for us, at least, to be able to evaluate what is this that we're talking about. So there are certainly elements to those in that rate case and others. I would also point to the Connecticut water rate case, which is closed. Wish I could pull the docket out. Never mind, I won't even try. The last Connecticut water rate case also had supporting plant documentation that was similar, photographs, narrative explanations of need. So that's the kind of thing, frankly, that we do find helpful. I think even more so than technical engineering information. What we're looking for, at least speaking on behalf of OCC and consumers, is a way to actually understand what's happening, as simply as possible. And I'd also reference everyone to our brief in docket 23-1102 and some of our testimony, and that's the CNG SCG. It's a gas case, not electric, but we talked a little bit about in there some of these ideas of what we feel would be helpful for essentially for utilities to help take the initiative, not only to provide the information, but to actually try to explain it to people, that the effort of making the information understandable is also something that we feel the utilities can and should be doing.
Just to put one finer point on it to explain the benefit to customers. So in the, grid investment, capital investment scenario, how is this advancing the goals articulated in the IDSP framework? So connecting not just we're doing this, but we're doing this because.
Thank you. And I'd like to hear from you as well, Attorney Goodman. And just to be clear on the question, in no way am I seeking an endorsement of the content of that. Instead, the question is more about the format and whether that can address calls for more detail that can supplement and help us understand the nature of alternatives considered and the details of projects that various stakeholders have proposed here. So, Attorney Goodman.
Sweet. Yeah. So if we are the only state that does that, is there any kind of negative? Would we
I'm
somehow
sorry, I
put this
think
in
we're having
penalizing
some
commission
audio
for our state?
interference.
No, I didn't think that sounded like me.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lupoli. Attorney Goodman, let's try again.
Okay. A couple of thoughts. So yes, I think in terms of detail, the exhibit CIP 456 provide, frankly, far more detail than CIC would need. So to the extent that there's a consideration of following that format, our primary comment would be whatever format is selected, I think it would be helpful to have a standardized format to the extent possible. In other words, if we're in an IDSP proceeding or context looking at proposed project spending, justification, et cetera, would be helpful to, if we're looking at something comparable in the
Can I
rate
also
case,
maybe just ask a little bit about
to be able to
what it means
directly line the two up to see how they line instead of say, well, I know
Is
that the
that the
IDSP
existing
exhibit.
demand, or is that also in like future changes in demand as well?
I'll just talk over.
If we're rolling with it.
Sure. It's helpful to be able to understand if we're looking at information that is provided in both contexts to see how they actually line up instead of having two very detailed and complex exhibits, knowing that they are providing essentially the same information, but not being able to see how they line up because they're presented differently. So if I'm not understanding that that was like not even the consideration, that it would just be the standard format, that's great. That's what we're recommending. I think beyond that, I would agree with the comments of, I believe it was Attorney Coleman, maybe will also, OCC generally, that what also is helpful is, at least for CIC's purposes, is more narrative description, even at a somewhat higher level or by category, if you will, of what's being proposed and why, what the driver, if there are, to the extent that there are key drivers or common drivers for larger chunks of the proposals and the investments, that is helpful, to understand the, large amount of detail that's being provided in the exhibits.
Thank you. And the EDC's written comments also on page 43 suggested that some sort of detailed documentation as was suggested with UI CIP4 as an example could be provided for projects over a certain cost threshold. And if I'm not mistaken, the written comments suggested $500,000 as that threshold. Does OCC or CIEC have a different perspective on a cost threshold for that more detailed documentation?
Hi, Tom Wheel from OCC again. I think a threshold makes sense, and $500,000 makes sense generally. My one comment is that this might be too like in the weeds, I guess, but the way that both companies, as I understand it, their capital planning processes distinguish between or are inclusive of projects and programs. And programs are like the overall kind of category that projects reside within. But some programs are substantial chunks of the capital investments for utilities, but are made up of many, many very small projects that don't themselves come anywhere near the threshold. So I say all that to say, I think a threshold makes sense, but to the extent that there are significant impactful plans that are sort of within programs made up of tiny projects, it would still be helpful to kind of see a representative sample of those smaller, less than threshold projects in order to evaluate the overall program, if that's kind of part of the distribution plan.
CIC would agree with Attorney Wheel's comments. Adding one additional comment that I didn't think to mention earlier that I think would be useful, which is that I think for the projects above the threshold, whether the authority does decide to stick with 500,000 or determines a different threshold is appropriate, whatever that might be, to also track changes in project cost estimates and spending over time, to see how well the utilities are not only estimating the cost of a project, but the extent to which they are delivering the project within whatever the fully scoped budget is. And there could even be a threshold above, if there's a certain variance from start to finish, the utility, if it doesn't already, could provide an explanation for why. I mean, if, for example, if $1 million project comes in at $5 million in the end, I think it's reasonable to expect some explanation as to why. And that's something, I'm sorry to interrupt, Attorney Kramer, that could be included within the same exhibit.
So on that point, Attorney Goodman, is that it's essentially like a budget to actual review, right? The project was estimated to be X. It came in as Y in terms of actual spend. Could that sort of a review, I guess my question is, does that need a separate set of metrics, or is that a review that would take place during the next rate case in terms of looking at sort of actuals against plan?
I think it could be within the rate case. It's data, though, I think that could be tracked just with, within an exhibit that's showing, looking at CIP4, where there are columns for request, next 9-year request, total project, et cetera. It could just be another data point in there. I understand your point that it would make sense to have a formal review, but if the data is there, it could also be something, if it's reviewed, where the appropriate time for reviewing the exhibit is, generally, if there are large variances noted, that would be an opportunity to, make some inquiry as to why.
Thank you.
So Kevin, if I could offer a quick comment, Kevin Donnelly from UI. I'm just thinking forward in my mind, how this all plays out and mechanically what works and get ultimately the best information, because as both Attorney Goodman and Attorney Wheel, if you've seen the details, there's a lot of detail, a lot of information when it rolls up through to a rate case. And for a lot of good reasons, projects can change and will change. And there are prioritization decisions that get taken. I think probably key will be for some level of narrative description. Here's what happened, or to your point, Attorney Goodman, you see these estimates that can change significantly. Why? I think that's a reasonable expectation. It's one that we go through here. And when we define what's in CIP 456 on the UI side, I think it's probably very similar for Eversource as well. It's what are those grid needs? What are the solution analysis and options? And those ultimately, what's the cost validation? That's going into an investment and the justification, the documentation that exists. And then you have to modify. Maybe you have to increase scope, decrease scope. Maybe you have to accelerate or decelerate based on things that happen on the system. And all of that can influence outcome for a project. And within programs, you can have a lot of different outcomes where projects are spun off of a program. But categorically, the program is really what you're trying to understand. How did you execute and at what level?
I understand. And just to be clear, not suggesting that because there's a variance in actual to budget or even estimate from the initial engineering design of it, to the final design, that understand your point that there will be variations and the precision of the estimate will change over time, as it goes through the design phase. The variation of itself doesn't mean that the company is doing anything wrong or is simply not good at estimating. But it's, again, useful information that kind of informs, that can inform, I think, that evaluation of how effective are the estimating processes and how effectively is the company delivering its, whether it's, say, at the program level or some different level, delivering that capital plan, relative to the budget, staying within the budget.
Agreed.
Attorney Pace, I see you've approached the podium.
If I could just very briefly add, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Kramer for raising the issue. It's very important from my perspective as an attorney. When you sit down with clients, you talk about how do we prepare for a case? What amount of evidence do we provide? How do we show it in the way that the authority wants to see it? This is a very good conversation. And I think the ultimate end goal here is to say, in the final document, you lay out to the EDCs exactly what you want to see and what format. That is very helpful to us. The conversation illustrated, for example, someone said this exhibit in the Connecticut water case or this other one, the UI rate case. To the extent we can in the final decision say this is what we want in this format, that is very helpful to us and we appreciate that. So it's a very good conversation. I just want to say thank you for having the discussion. We look forward to getting a very clear listing of what you want, what format. Giving an example is very helpful. Thank you for raising it. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for that, Attorney Pace. I think my next question may circle us back to where we started on this topic. But to OCC, in referring to your written comments on pages 2 and 3, and I think I'd like to maybe ask about your understanding for capital expenditures and capital additions relative to what's recovered under the I-X formula versus what's proposed to be recovered in the CT bar. As in reading the comments, we saw some some concern and seeking clarity about what goes where, and certainly that came up in the discussion we were just having with UI. So maybe I'll start with if OCC, if you can characterize your understanding of what is proposed to be, what capital expenditures and capital additions are proposed to be covered under the I-X revenue cap formula.
Sure. This is Tom Wheel again from OCC. My understanding is that what goes into I-X is the plant that is already demonstrated to be in service at the time of going in rates. And then what goes into the CT bar is plant that will go into service in the initial rate year and potentially future rate years, and that the calculation of that is dependent upon a historic look back that kind of looks at the plant that did enter service over the prior, I think it's 3-year program period, and then using an adjustment to exclude the planned versus unplanned plants, I think. I will say though that that's all, that conversation is highly relevant in my opinion to the REO1 docket. We do just want to clarify, I think we've said it a bunch of times, that we don't see the IDSP as being, we see the IDSP as being entirely separate from the question of authorizing capital expenditures to enter rate base. We see it as being potentially relevant. Like we think that it could be helpful in the context of a rate case to look at the IDSP and use it as a tool to analyze whether investments were prudent. But we're highly cautious of and highly, we strongly advise against creating a system where the IDSP, where like the approval of the IDSP itself is a proxy for a predetermination of prudence. So we're reluctant to like even really have a conversation about cost recovery of these capital investments in this proceeding, because we see this as entirely about the plan, and the plan being a relevant question to cost recovery, but a completely separate process from the cost recovery process.
I appreciate that. I see you reaching for the mic, Mr. Hurwitz, but I'd like to. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and ask him a question. I'll get my next one lined up.
I think I understand what you just said, Attorney Wheel, and just to make sure, are you objecting to the use of IDSP as the basis for the CT bar, what I'll call revenue mechanism, like at all in concept? Or rather, would you be objecting if we said, hey, there's this planned capital addition in the IDSP that was used to set rates, and therefore it was pre-approved, and we don't need to then come back and seek prudence? And I mean those as different things. And
yes, more, I'm not sure if my mic's still on, but more the latter is what I'm saying, that I do think it's like if a particular project was submitted in the IDSP, all stakeholders in PURA had a chance to look at it in the context of the IDSP, and then that same project shows up in a CT bar application, I think the IDSP process is helpful to the question of whether it makes sense to include that project into the CT bar, but it's not the same thing. Like it's not a stand-in. I think there's an entirely separate question, and I think the company could and would and reasonably would use the inclusion of the IDSP, essentially be able to say like, hey, we all looked at this, we brought this to your attention, we gave everyone the opportunity to talk about it. Essentially, in my mind, it's kind of a way to streamline the prudence review in a rate case, in the sense of like, it doesn't require everyone to sort of familiarizing themselves with the project for the very first time in the context of a rate case. But again, in my mind, it's really important to note from our perspective, that does not mean that the project is approved. But hopefully that answers your question.
I think it does. Thank you. And I have more to say, but I'll.
Just to loop that back to Mr. Hurwitz, the comments you were making before about the REO1 proposal. I mean, I think the distinction here is utilizing it as a point of information versus it being the foregone conclusion. And I'm, I don't think that there is contradiction from that to what we're advocating for here.
I think I understand it. I'll save my further comments for a little while.
Thank you. So Attorney Wheel, I'm gonna keep putting you on the spot for my line of questioning here. So you articulated the capital expenditures and additions that would be covered under the I-X revenue cap formula. And I think you started to describe the CT bar itself. But could you describe your understanding of what capital expenditures or additions would be covered by the CT bar?
Sure, am I still green? Yes. Well, my understanding is that the straw proposal in REO 1 would allow for PURA if PURA if in a rate case PURA determines that a CT bar is appropriate, to create a CT bar as a capital recovery mechanism for plant that will be entering service like during the rate periods, as opposed to plant that has already entered service, but that plant will still be subject to prudence review in the next rate case. There are also the question of like how much of the recovery of that plant is included in the CT bar. I know that's a point of some controversy in that docket, that there's a provision of the straw proposal that would authorize the recovery only of, I think, depreciation expense on the and the some associated tax impacts on those investments, and that the company would be authorized to recover the return portion of the plant in the next rate case. Am I answering your question so far?
My question is more about you're answering I think the mechanical nature, but I'm actually more interested in, and I think you're maybe answered this partly by suggesting that it's forecasted, right? That it's what is set to come online, set to come into service in the future. So I think you've answered that, unless you have anything else you want to add about the type of expenditures or additions that go into CTBAR. Okay, then my last question here is, what's your understanding of capital expenditures or additions that are not covered by either the I-X revenue cap formula or CTBAR?
Those would be still eligible potentially for recovery in the next going in rate, like base rate case, the same system that we have now. Essentially, they'd be subject to regulatory lag. So if a plant inclusion wasn't recovered, like wasn't included in rate base in the last rate case, and also wasn't included within the CTBAR, the company could still propose to recover the costs associated with it in the next going in rate case. But it would work as it does now, where if it were approved, it would be approved, like the recovery would start as of the rate period immediately following. I think it's analogous in my mind to the way the ESI works currently for Eversource. And so Eversource currently has a representative level of plant in base rates that was set in its last rate case. It also has a capital tracking mechanism that allows for up to $300 million worth of capital expenditures to be recovered on an annual basis. But that doesn't mean that the company is limited to that level of capital expenditure. The company has been spending above that level annually historically. And again, it doesn't mean that it can't recover those plant investments that are incremental to the ESI. It just means that they have to seek recovery in the next rate case. So I see the CTBAR working similarly for that kind of investment.
Thank you. Would anyone like to comment further on that exchange that I just had with the Attorney Wheel?
This is comment more of an observation from a stakeholder who has some interest in just being able to follow the bouncing ball. I think that the discussion with Attorney Wheel kind of illustrates what I was trying to get at earlier, which is like if you have different buckets of capital investment that are recovered through different mechanisms, as a stakeholder trying to understand the big picture, unless all that's pulled together somewhere with a clear explanation of what's happening where and when, it can be confusing and difficult to follow. So just the point is, again, that however this is pulled together through not just the IDSP, but kind of the integration of the three different reopener dockets, we would just request that to the extent that something significant like an overall, all-encompassing capital investment plan might be broken down into different pieces with recovery through different mechanisms, that there consistently is one clear, high-level narrative explaining how that works. I mean, we hopefully will learn quickly, but I think still for stakeholders generally, that will be very helpful to make it a little more user-friendly to understand what the moving pieces are.
Understood. Thank you, Attorney Goodman. Mr. Hurwitz?
I've talked a lot, so if anyone else has comments, please go before me. Just to say a couple words about the exchange with OCC, and I think this is aligned, Ms. Coleman and Attorney Wheel, with what you said, but my understanding is that a CT bar mechanism, I'll call it, is a revenue funding mechanism, like the K-bar in Massachusetts. The Massachusetts department called the K-bar, I think they characterize it as providing an envelope of funding to the utility. It's in recognition of the fact that we know the utility is going to need to go out and do capital projects into the future, but we're not pre-approving line by line specific projects. And just to pick an example, if there were a $5 million project in the IDSP that was approved and utilizes the basis for the CT bar, but then just by magic, after the rate case was concluded, the vendor or whoever was doing that project for us created the opportunity to do it for only $2.5 million. I don't think the utility could then say, oh, well, we spent $5 million because that was approved. I would expect the amazing dragons of the OCC to say you should have availed yourself of that option. I was debating which of those two to pick. I would expect the OCC to say you should have availed yourself of this option to save customers money. And I think we're all saying the same thing. What I will say is I think and I don't intend to relitigate all of REO1. I'll just say this briefly. I think we submitted financial analysis in REO1, as did Eversource, demonstrating that simply waiting until the next rate case doesn't work when you're talking about wholesale chunks of the company's capital investment plan. If we have to wait until the next case for 4 years worth of investment or entire categories of investment that are necessary to keep the grid operating, that means the PBR framework that we're establishing doesn't provide utility a reasonable opportunity, but not a guarantee to earn a fair rate of return on and of its invested capital for the public use. So I think when we start omitting wholesale categories of the utility's capital investing needs from the rate making framework that we establish, then it starts not working.
And Mr. Hurwitz just said exactly what I was going to say. We just have to be careful when talking about a PBR framework, what has historically worked and what needs to work in the future. When you're looking at a PBR framework and a multi-year rate plan and a stay out provision, in order for the company to be able to meet all of the requirements within the REO1, REO2, and REO3, we just have to be able to have that opportunity to provide funding to the company that will allow us to invest what it needs to invest in order to meet all the requirements in the PBR framework. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, can you also identify your name and affiliation for the court
so
reporter,
sorry.
please?
Marissa Peruta with Eversource.
Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna come back to OCC for another question related to your written comments. Is it accurate to say that a stated concern of OCC's is that the CT bar, and we're getting into relationship to REO1, which I'm not trying to dissect the CT bar itself. But I guess maybe if we were to use if we were to develop a cost tracker for a cost recovery mechanism, would the IDSP still be a relevant input to a cost tracker as a capital funding mechanism?
I think the answer is yes, but we would still want that decision to be made during a rate case rather than as a part of the IDSP.
And if I'm understanding the distinction that you're drawing, it's the cost recovery aspect is essential to undertake during the rate case. The planning mechanism itself would still be a helpful input. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm Bill again. I just wanted to add, I think like, in my mind, what helps kind of clarify where we're coming from. Actually, Dr. Walker was making some points earlier today about the importance of the utilities decision-making process controlling ultimately the IDSP. I think the conversation, as I understood it, I won't put words in Dr. Walker's mouth, was essentially, it was in the context of stakeholder engagement. And as I understood it, the perspective was that the company can consider feedback from stakeholders and take that into consideration. But at the end of the day, it needs to be the company's decision what goes into its own planning process. And we agree that that's how the IDSP should work. We don't think it makes sense for the IDSP to include some sort of, the IDSP process to include some sort of provision that overrides the utility's own distribution planning processes. But that's part of why it's so important that it be distinct from cost recovery, because in the context of a rate case, even where you're setting prospective cost recovery, even if it's an envelope of costs, the legal standards still apply. That what PURA ultimately needs to determine in that context is that what the plant that's seeking to be contemporaneously recovered is being prudently invested and aligns with all the other 1619 and 1619E criteria. And PURA doesn't do that in the IDSP process because it's the company and the company alone that kind of controls that plan. So I see that as maybe a helpful distinction from where we're coming from, that the IDSP is the utility sort of including the state in its own planning process to kind of give the state transparency into what its choices are. But at the end of the day, as soon as rates happen, that's, in my mind, where the authority determines what people pay for and what they don't. And that's not driven solely by the utility's planning or its own unilateral perspective.
Thank you, Attorney Whale. And so a rate case, any rate case, PBR or not, where an application is being filed that requests capital expenditures or capital additions is similarly it's company originated. Is that right?
The reason I'm hesitating is we've seen some circumstances in recent times where the authority has noted that a company has been out longer than the 1619A requirement of a 4-year review and has sort of issued directives that the authority would initiate a rate case under that provision if the company didn't file a rate case under 1619. So I suppose, I think that could be a circumstance where if the company were so directed but nonetheless filed its own rate case, that would be a PBR rate case, I suppose. I don't know if that was
Let me try to rephrase my question. The capital additions, the underlying capital request of a rate application in a rate case in PBR or not is generated by the company with their data and assumptions.
Yes.
Okay. And that's also would be the case if a cost tracker were used as a cost recovery mechanism. Question mark. Sorry.
That's the way I would understand. If you're referring to the cost trackers that are also sort of referenced in REO1 as distinct from the CT bar, that's the way we would understand it. We would see that as analogous. We advocated in the context, for instance, of the recent proceeding in 171046 REO4, the AMI proceeding for Eversource, that was about kind of designing, as we understood it, a capital cost tracker that would be somewhat similar to what's being contemplated in REO1. We saw that working similarly, where we actually think it's much more important from a cost tracker perspective that the allowed revenue be limited very specifically to a project that has been fully vetted prior to the cost recovery happening. So yes, we would see a cost tracker application as requiring a really extensive showing from the utility ahead of time of exactly what their business plan is for the distinct costs that are being recovered by the tracker.
Okay.
If I could, Mr. Kramer, if you don't mind, Kevin Donnelly from UI. So very helpful conversation. And I'm trying to get to the place, and I think this is perhaps one of our challenges as the EDCs to understand process and the flow of activity now. I think you were starting to hit on this a moment ago. The IDSP might identify a bunch of grid needs, and then we come up with our solution analysis as the EDCs, and ultimately we put forth, here's what should be done to address those. I think of that as like you're going in for a rate application. You would say, here are my needs. Here's what we propose to do about them. Here are the investments that we plan to make. And you need to then go through a process. So that informs what you submit into a multi-year rate plan. But it doesn't mean it's going to be what comes out the other side of that multi-year rate plan outcome. And as an example, you might say, well, the grid needs are huge. I can tell you at any one point in time, our grid needs are multiples of what is actually in our capital investment plan or what's funded in rates, simply because you can't execute all that work. The needs are there, so it's about prioritization. And you go through an exercise and you prioritize and you say, here's what should be addressed in that period of time, whether it's next 4-year, 5-year, 10-year outlook, and you have to take decisions and prioritize decisions. And if you're going to prioritize to advance state policy goals, that means something else might need to give. And what does that mean as an outcome? So I guess we think about it as trying to now understand mechanically the process of the IDSP outcome, using that to inform what goes into the rate application from a multi-year rate plan with all the support of it, and a PBR framework that we've all spent a lot of time on years now to try to make work. So I was like, all right, let's make sure mechanically we can make this thing work for all stakeholders. Doesn't mean that if I'm going to use an example, let's say the IDSP had 300 million of grid needs as part of an assessment and solution analysis. I only mean, I don't know, 150 million, it ends up getting funded and supported in a 4-year multi-year rate plan from a revenue recovery perspective, and the company has a lot of decisions it can take or needs to take to prioritize those to make sure we're meeting our obligations, safe, reliable service. And I'm probably oversimplifying things in my head because REO1 gets much more complicated with all types of formulaic calculations to develop that level of revenue. In the end, REO2 is going to decide or going to establish these are the levels of performance you'll be held accountable to. So our plan from REO3 for investment needs to address those grid needs to then get it funded in REO1 to then held accountable to performance in REO2. But it's more than just grid and grid needs. REO2 has PIMs and performance mechanisms associated with just running your business as well. So trying to understand mechanics, trying to understand process, what flows to where. I don't believe it means that IDSP is a predetermined outcome on the level of funding you will receive, but rather the basis of your conversation. And if I'm off, somebody else, please jump in and correct me.
I think with that, I'll ask if there's any final comments anyone wants to make on the investment plan section before we move to our final document content section. Seeing none, then we'll go to our final proposed section from the straw proposal, long-term plans. And Mr. Turk has some questions to start us off.
Thank you. For the EDCs here, how do you envision the data exchange for long-term demand assessments working? And would it include methodology and assumptions that are going into those long-term demand assessments?
Gerhard Walker from Eversource. So that's a good question, simply because also in other jurisdictions, we haven't done that full process yet. So what we kind of envision for the long-term demand assessment is that there be some level of a stakeholder group with the dedicated stakeholders that provide input to this, right? So we'll have to figure out who's a reasonable stakeholder to provide input into these long-term assessments. We start off with collecting certain metrics on scenarios. Notably, everything needs to be quantifiable, right? And the companies can provide some input on how we run those simulations. And we'll have to decide with the stakeholders what scenario types we run, right? In the end, there's an infinite amount we can, right? There's no end to it, and we don't want to get caught up in this. So with the stakeholders, we'd have to just figure out, I guess, one high, medium, low EV charging scenario, charge management scenario, yes, no, electrification scenario, yes, no. Maybe we tag on certain climate change scenarios all the way up. And so, because everything multiplies, right? And that gets to be a lot. And so we have to figure that out. Then I imagine in the next round, the companies would create those long-term demand assessments and, feed that information back again to the stakeholder community, get another round of inputs into it to finalize it or make any final adjustments. And then, of course, what you mentioned early on in the discussion is like, which ones are the reasonable scenarios that if we look at, actually utilizing these long-term demand assessments to designing solutions that we would look at as input to that. Not all of them will be, right? You could make the argument that there's no charge management and that there is absolutely no demand management on the heating side, and everybody charge at the same time. That's the absolute worst case scenario. Is that something we want to build to and design to? No, likely not. So we're going to have that discussion. But yeah, to summarize, I think that's a stakeholder process with a set group of stakeholders from state agencies and other key stakeholders. And that's going to take time, right? This isn't something we're going to do immediately because it also requires the companies to run those long-term demand assessments. So we put this into our comments, I think, a reasonable assumption here, somewhere in the 12 to 18 month to complete something like this. And one more notable thing, I just want to toss this in just for context. And we talked about this in the forecasting section, the forecast, the 10-year forecast that updates annually. The long-term demand assessment, we recommend updating only for every IDSP filing, right? Because like, the 30-year out policy strategy hopefully doesn't change every year. Otherwise, that causes a lot of swerving. So that would only be updated once every 5 years.
Lucas Cruz for UI. Would like just to echo Gerhard's comments, and in addition to that, I think it's important to clarify what's the horizon that we should consider for the long-term assessments. And I do see value of developing these long-term assessments because we could incorporate more flexibility into our solutions. The solutions that we are planning for the 5 or 10-year grid needs. Sometimes when deciding on the preferred alternative, we could test that alternative with the long-term assessment and see if sometimes we should decide for a more comprehensive alternative because we do see some long-term needs, and sometimes it's cheaper to perform just one intervention in the grid instead of couple interventions in the next 10 years, for example. So yes, I do see value on long-term assessments.
Thank you. So this is a question to all. The EDCs and advocates commented on integrated gas electric system planning. Are there any examples the authority should look to for consideration of whether this is appropriate to include in the IDSP or perhaps a separate docket?
Gerhard Walker from Eversource. Excellent question. The only jurisdiction that I could point towards is like Massachusetts, where we have a couple of mandates from the state regulator as it pertains to establishing an IEP process as part of the ESMP, and then but it is strewn across a couple of dockets. There's also on the gas side the climate compliance plan, which requires the gas companies to do the non-pipeline alternative evaluations. So there isn't a clear answer there either. I think at a minimum, this plan should at least, from the authority side, include some direction of where the authority intends to go with this, so the companies can account for it in its long-term planning.
Stephanie Beeler Armai. I think New York has also looked into this and has explored non-pipeline alternatives. I believe PG&E in California is doing it as well, but they own both their gas and electric, so it might not be as relevant.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments on integrated gas electric planning before moving on? Great, thank you. And last question, hopefully a quick one. Looking for all to please confirm that for the long-term demand assessments, that reporting representative peak demand values at 5-year intervals is a reasonable requirement.
Yes, I think that makes the most sense. That far out going yearly, we're not gaining any accuracy here.
Yes, that makes sense to us as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Attorney Goodman? Sorry.
No position, no opposition to it.
Thank you. I would turn it back over to Director Kramer.
All right, last question on the document itself is, should we consider a page limit on the document? And if so, what should that page limit be?
I'll jump in. Kevin Donnelly from UI. It's a great question, the page limit, and I don't have an answer for you, so I'm going to give you a non-answer. But I think what I still come back to and what we're trying to figure out is the IDSP can serve many purposes. Grid system plan aspect of it. We talked a lot about then, is that going to inform in the last topic what goes into a rate case? And we made references at UI to exhibit CIP 4, 5, and 6 as what we would think to prepare for justification, documentation, grid need, assessment, solution analysis. If it's a not to exceed number of pages, great. We'll do that. If it is a minimum number of pages, I don't know if that makes a lot of sense, either. But it will be a matter of what level of detail from the mountains of detail that we have will we provide in the IDSP. I guess my closing thought there is we've been trying to figure that out on the UI rate case for a couple of cases now. And our current case and the exhibits referenced is our attempt to provide that level of insight and information to give what not just the authority, but what the other stakeholders would find most helpful and useful for understanding the nature of the business, the projects, the needs, and then so on. So I'll pause. Any other comments? Mr. Hurwitz?
Hi, Claire Coleman, OCC. I think from our perspective, the EDCs are tasked with putting this together. We wouldn't want to create constraints that are too rigid, either as a baseline or as a high level. But what's critical to us is knowing that this is going to be a long document, and we've talked about this some in REO2, but ensuring that there is a executive summary level, or not even an executive summary, but a short, simple presentation for stakeholders and consumers that could maybe be integrated into the dashboard. But just want to make sure that if we're getting a 150-page document, that all of us in this room can digest it. If given one of our key goals is engaging other stakeholders in this process, we want to make sure there's a version that they have the time and bandwidth and expertise to get their heads around.
Ed Walker from Eversource, and I concur with everything that was said. And I think I just to put a non-answer for you, right? I don't have there's no good answer to this one, but two things, right? It also depends on what can be just attached as attachments to the document, right? Well, talking about forecast scenarios, do you need them all spelled out in the document, or is that just an attachment with a table that says this is base case 1, 2, 3, 4? And that's easy, and we save a lot of space. If everything that needs to be explained in the document in full detail, that increases this. So that's the question, and then right? What's in the attachment? And then in the end, we had a discussion. I don't know whether we landed on a final verdict on how many different scenarios and whatnot need to be evaluated, but that'll play into the final topic as well, because we'll at least at a minimum need to, outline what the scenarios are in the document. So all of that kind of grows or shrinks the document depending on where the final decision lands.
Any good, man?
I'm hesitant to recommend or propose a page limit. That said, you earlier today asked a question about, I think, whether one of the company's responses was essentially posing an executive summary. We just heard reference again to executive summary by OCC, and with apologies for, recognize that although we just had a comment opportunity on what should be included in the document and did not think to recommend this, and after the discussion, think the executive summary actually could be very useful and makes a lot of sense. And there, be a little more comfortable in saying maybe the executive summary should be page limited so that it's truly an executive summary that serves that purpose. Still, I'm going to take the coward's way out and not propose a page limit on it. But I think would say that instead of recommending a limit on the overall document, that the executive summary idea that's been mentioned several times today, I think makes a lot of sense, and agree with OCC that it would be very useful, I think, for all stakeholders to have that kind of overview going into the document.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez?
Juan Martinez, Eversource. From my experience in the Massachusetts, filing, there is I guess, a little bit of a caution that if you really want it to be a stakeholder piece of paper that is valuable to them, if it's a 10,000-page manuscript where they can't find anything, where they have to find it, then it's really not valuable. So there is a sweet spot that we should at least strive to, where the size is just enough that is valuable, so that if you can tell somebody, oh, look it up in the IDSP, it's easy to go and find it. Because if you tell all your stakeholders, go to the IDSP and it's 10,000 pages, it's just not going to be valuable. So just from experience on reading because I do use the ESMP document from us, and I go myself and read it. But if it's very difficult to find information, it might not be valuable to any stakeholder, right? Thank you.
Okay. We are going to move now to briefly discuss IDSP process, or what was included as that section within the straw proposal. Thank you, Ms. Lubley. So as a quick summary, in the straw proposal, there were essentially two components of the IDSP process written up: a comprehensive IDSP filing to be made every 4 years in alignment with the multi-year rate plan and inclusive of the sections that we've just been discussing for the last several hours, and also reflective of stakeholder engagement, and an annual IDSP filing that would be submitted following each rate year for each of the 4 years of the IDSP and the analogous MRP year for a multi-year rate plan. And this would also include the proposal from the OCC regarding an entering service review, essentially saying a look forward to say what are the anticipated additions for the upcoming year, and a backward-looking annual adjustment filing saying what did in fact enter service in the prior 12 months. And then finally, that would allow for indication of major variances to be discussed in the annual filing. So with that overview, really just a single question on my side. I won't speak for Mr. Turk if he has any follow up here, but does any party have a recommendation on further refining the filing requirements to leverage and not duplicate or burden between non-wires, IDSP, and a multi-year rate plan? So are there any specific proposals for sort of streamlining the related filings to what's proposed here in this proposal?
Lucas Cruz for UI. So based on the discussion on the previous section, right? If we should limit this to a certain page limit, and also thinking on the objective of this document. So depending on how this document would be used, if it is just for engaging with stakeholders, discussing with stakeholders about the planning processes, the projects that were developed through the planning process. This would be one type of a document. But if it is tied to a multi-year rate case, and this could be, for example, a rate case exhibit, this would be a different type of document, a more detailed document, I would say, because we would be concerned with trying to provide all the supporting documentation that we can for our capital needs, right? So I would say that we still need to understand how the document would be used, but my proposal and thinking that we should seek for administrative effectiveness. My team is a technical team. I have distribution planners, transmission planners on my team, and I want them to do not work on different filings that have like almost the same content, but in different ways of presenting the same content, right? So I would say that for me, would be better having this document tied to a rate case exhibit, and we would be providing supporting documentation for the projects that are coming out of the distribution system planning process. And that's the linkage with the MRP that we are talking about here.
Mr. Cruz, if I understood you correctly, then the STRAW proposal included a summary table, a more detailed appendix table, and then a separate filing that a separate filing that would be completely different document from what the IDSP would include. And I believe the company was proposing that the exhibit from 24-1004 UI-CIP4 could be a format that could be used for that supplemental filing. So would that address the point that you're raising about ensuring that you're not producing similar information with just slightly different presentations?
Yeah, so the IDSP would be, let's say, the UI-CIP 6, which is the supporting documentation for the planned investments, but just for the investments that are core system planning. UI-CIP 6 would still serve for providing supporting documentations for the other proactive and planned investments, right? And this would cover the comprehensive IDSP filing. The annual IDSP filing, I would see this an investment planning filing that we would be providing the information that we already provide on UI-CIP 5 and compare with the actual plan additions, right? The planned and the actuals.
Okay. Any other party want to comment on streamlining or aligning filings?
Okay, I'll go first. So Garrett Walker, Eversource. So I think there's two questions from my side a little bit back to the authority on this. So for the first one, right, our understanding is from what I'm reading and what we've seen in the proposal is that the idea is the IDSPs would be filed with a respective rate case filing, right? And so I think that is just to take into consideration what the companies have provided in the STRAW proposal responses, the timelines of getting the first one up and running, and in alignment with when a potential order on this might come out, to keep an eye on where that would then the first time would be that these plans are utilized. And if we have a 12 to 18 month timeline to get the plan ready, an order coming out presumably sometime this summer on this topic puts us 26, 27 for a feasible first IDSP plan. And then the second question I have on the annual one, right? The straw proposal had a lot of details on the one filing, and I'm just like kind of here maybe for a discussion. It's like what's all intended? Mr. Cruz just like walked through the idea of that just being on the investment side. Does the authority have any idea like what the structure of that document might look like? What are you looking for? What might the chapters and the items specifically be that you're intended to have filed on that annual IDSP filing?
I think that it's a useful question and could be something for future discovery potential. The question you put to me, I would put right back to you to say, what would you propose as a way that could align and be sort of an efficient way to articulate that list of projects? Mr. Cruz gave an example. I think it would be helpful to know if the companies had a specific proposal.
Not off the top of my head right now, but maybe that is a good discovery question that the companies can put forward a proposal, what that might look like.
Marissa Pruder with Eversource. I wanted to just plan what you said, Mr. Cruz, on the UI, the SIP4, the over 2,000 page document that I'm having a really hard time sifting through. But so I think what you're saying is that would be a tool you would utilize on your annual IDSP filing, where you would essentially provide the actuals and then moving into forecast, something similar to UI CIP 5, correct? Is that correct, Mr. Hurwitz, Mr. Cruz? What you would propose in a rate case under this using the IDSP annual filings?
So the way that I was envisioning it is the IDSP to be kind of the UI CIP 6, UI CIP 4, which you reference is the supporting documentation for the actual plan additions, but UI CIP 6 is a similar. Yes, it's a similar set of documents that it's providing supporting documentation looking forward, right? So the IDSP would still provide supporting documentation for projects, for planned projects. And the rest of the proactive planned investments, the EDCs would provide in a different rate case exhibit that in UI's case could be the UI CIP 6.
Updated annually to really reflect your actuals. So in the following year, you would now have your IDSP, let's say year 2 would now be actuals. So you would be submitting your actuals on your IDSP plus a recast on your forecast, or no? That seems.
Yes, the annual would be more like a table filing, right? Where comparing what was filing in the multi-year rate case and comparing the planned investments with the actual investments, annual basis.
Thank you.
Would CIC or OCC like to comment on this question, or nothing to add?
I would just briefly add, I saw some of the comments in the filing, and we see no reason why if there are kind of synergies to be captured by using the same format as is already being developed in other circumstances, whether it's rate case or the non-wires docket, we would completely support being able to the greatest extent, both companies can just sort of take chunks of what has already been prepared in other contexts and use that literally in the exact same way for the IDSP. That makes total sense to us. I say that without having seen what those formats necessarily look like in the context of the IDSP, but we see no reason to why that shouldn't be the protocol.
CIC agrees and has nothing further to add.
All right. This kind of gets back to our earlier discussion around the timing and format of subject matter expert feedback. So I guess, would it be helpful for the EDCs to receive feedback on a early draft of an IDSP prior to the final submission. And I interpreted broadly whether it's checking forecast assumptions, plan content, but just curious to get thoughts on that would be a valuable exercise.
I apologize. It's Kevin Donnelly again from you. Mr. Turk, maybe it's the length of the day here. I was trying to keep that all straight in my head. Can you just run that past me one more time? You're saying get feedback, but at what point and on what aspect? Just clarify for me,
Yeah.
what's the feedback loop you're referring to?
Yeah, so here I'm not referring to feedback or input on technical assumptions, more so a soon-to-be finished version of the document itself, whether it would be valuable to have subject matter experts and stakeholders read a draft version of the IDSP, including the authority submitting a draft version to us prior to the final submission of that document.
Again, my first reaction is at this point in time, we've gone through a process where we've had feedback right, an interaction with stakeholders all throughout. And then we've almost finalized our full comprehensive IDSP filing. If we were to incorporate a draft review of it, I just hesitate to think about what that would mean to length of time, because it is going to be a quite long document itself. And a lot of it would be very specific to the projects. We've talked about that a lot. It'll have descriptions, projects, so on, and say like, okay, I'm not going to pretend it won't be 100 pages, but maybe it's 1,000 pages. I don't know, whatever the document may become. I'm not sure how that would be valuable to have stakeholders have enough time to review it and then give feedback to then inform maybe a change. That's my first reaction. Perhaps I'm missing the boat here, but Dr. Walker, if you've got another thought.
No, I think you've touched on the key points, and I think, yes, but with very strict guardrails around it, right? To Mr. Donnelly's point, the document's going to be, let's call it an 80 or 90% done version. So the stakeholder feedback can't be, I don't like the analysis, please rerun and do all the need assessment and the solution design again, right? That's not going to go. Where it could be feedback that's acceptable is like, we'd love to see that information, or there's a certain component on the forecast where like, can you explain that better? That level of feedback, that's doable, right? Where that for the review, it's called a bit more editorial on this one and seeing whether we're providing the information that stakeholders are looking for, etc. But like fundamentally changing anything at this point, right? And basically restarting from the beginning. I think that needs to be baked out in this discussion and in the final order. So that's one thing. And the other thing is the guardrails around who's the stakeholders on this one, right? Let's be very clear on who does that and who provides that input. And let's not have it be 50 stakeholders, because again, to Mr. Donnelly's point, it's all time and resources, right? A, on the stakeholder side, and B, on our side, if we have to sift through this. And again, to kind of give you an example from Massachusetts, we had more than 100 individual stakeholder items, even after we consolidated the feedback. And that applies to 3 companies. Now here it's only 2 companies, and then every company has to respond to every stakeholder item and then has to bake in the feedback into the document itself. It gets to be a very lengthy process. It's doable, right? But again, very strict guardrails around it on what that can be and who's providing that.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Those 100, is that GMAC members or feedback GMAC considered, if it was a GMAC?
I think it was the GMAC at this point, yes.
Okay.
And again, right, so and the last key point is on the feedback. Even there, it was at the company's discretion to say accepted, not accepted, or accepted with modifications. But to Mr. Donnelly's point, right, things that got declined were the ones where it's like, oh, you need to reconsider your entire forecast. At this point, that's just declined. We'll take a look for the next run, but for this one, that's not going to work. So we just have to be cautious about what that feedback is, and just bear in mind that some feedback will just not be accepted. People need to know that going in.
Further, Kevin Donnelly from UI, helpful for us then to understand that loop for how then you close out the IDSP to be able to file it with a multi-year rate plan and have this all hold together. We've made a lot of the reference that throughout the day. Cycle it appropriately. So if you were to put in something like that, what are you really expecting to get out of it? What's the value add that you anticipate receiving from it? And what do you expect the EDCs to do with it? How long would that take? And then what does that mean in context of informing a full multi-year rate plan?
Okay, that concludes the questions that we had for the IDSP process section of the STRAW proposal. So I'll give one moment to see if anyone, any of the roundtable representatives have anything else they'd like to raise related to this section.
Well, not necessarily the section, but I do still owe you the docket number.
Ah, yes.
We forgot about that after the lunch break. So just for the record, the question with the hosting capacity maps before the lunch break, the docket number in question is 23-0803, where the company submitted a cost estimate to the authority to do upgrades to the hosting capacity maps and got approved to do that. So that's in the works.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Dr. Walker. Any final comment or issue to raise related to IDSP process? With that, Commissioner Karen, that's all that we had planned for our questions today.
Thank you, Director Kramer and Mr. Turk, for your efforts today. Thank everyone for their participation. Attorney Venora, Attorney Pace, are there any administrative matters we need to address at this time? Thank you. No administrative matters. I want to thank everybody for their participation today and all of our friends on YouTube who are watching this riveting episode of Integrated Distribution System Planning. Seeing no more business before us, this technical meeting number 12 is adjourned. Thank you.